spot you've got yourself there? Possibly.
Well, yeah, I'm just thinking which way the sun is going.
Well, I don't think. Well, he will. Thank you. Andrew Conley, a local paper that plots 60s and press going to be taken up. Exactly. Well, with Chris, no.
So, what?
I've never been over anything else. I couldn't tell you that.
Yeah. Not that he surrounds, but it looks more such more than
Much less, is it? You know, as you say.
Otherwise, at least we might. Otherwise, we just went away. And how, you know, players of that company, maybe the athletes were.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing it so much. That's their thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Somewhere. The one for the throw and then I will follow.
Can you open it?
Is that then a tie? Or is your one run short? The umpire's not good. It was just amazing. I mean, when they went in, the two stayed in to the end. And it would have been dreadful if something had gone.
We were up to the 70s country where I was scoring cheers me. So we managed to get 40 inside of it.
It was that sort of awful day.
Felt like we
There's never been serious rain.
yeah,
Serious
rain.
Oh well. But there we go. You should look at that.
I will do.
I don't think I'm overselling it. We got excited, didn't we?
We did.
We got very excited.
We did. We went out on the balcony. Oh, you got it, did you? Well done.
Oh, seeking out the dark.
Dark and the light.
So they did offer the players a early start. They declined, they didn't want to. Doubt about the result. One umpire said the score that should be put up is the par score. They have to beat the par score. So they should have had to get 218 to win if that was put up correctly. But was the par score 260? Yeah, was it 260? Scorers, I mean. But they could have interpreted it. Garden trailer. I'm going to go around that. Put my feet up.
You do that. You can fall asleep if you do that.
umpires.
Okay, I'll see what they say.
Looks stylish enough. Well, good morning, UK time. Welcome to you all, wherever you're accessing this live stream from. We're at High Wycombe in the county of Buckinghamshire for this round 7 game in the 70s World Cricket Tournament. Wales against Sri Lanka. Neither side stands a chance of making it through to the final on Sunday, but there'll be plenty at stake, I'm sure, today. Pride, for one thing. This is, no, I'm purely tired representation running it. It's deeply slow, and this is just simply the live stream that they're putting on and just adding time to it.
Chris has done a good job.
That's what Jim asked if they're in. They're in.
I'm Andrew. That's all.
For some reason, I don't say that's how big how many players have we got?
26.
Last game.
Everybody's having a game.
So here we are out in the middle with the two umpires, Keith Boyle wearing the hat and John Holland, and the two captains for Sri Lanka, Cuthbert Berenger, and for Wales, Robin Jones. They're just running through the rules of the game, exchanging team sheets. We'll have the toss in just a minute. I hope somebody's got a coin. Some of us haven't had a coin in our pockets for years and years. But there we go. Oh, it's a double-headed dragon coin. Ah, well, yeah, so somebody's going to shout dragon. Here we go, here's the toss, Robin Jones. And heads it is. So Cuthbert, what's the thinking there? A lot of rain around in this part of the world, but actually quite fine today. So hopefully good batting conditions.
Good batting conditions, and hopefully we'll get the whole match through without any rain.
We all will say that. So nothing on the game in terms of proceeding into the final, but what's the whole tournament done for you, Cuthbert?
Well, it's the inaugural tournament. So Sri Lanka, we struggled to get a team at the start. We finally got here, and it's very expensive to come all the way from Australia. Most of our players are from Australia. But what it does is encourages more over 70s cricketers around the world, in England, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and even in Sri Lanka.
That's great. Look, enjoy your day. The last game in the round robin. A quick word with Robin. Oh, we're going to have a picture first. Let's do the photo. May I be in the photo? There we go. So, Robin, you've been asked to field. Are you happy with that?
Yes, basically, that's what I would have done. We quite like chasing, so we feel that's probably our best chance. We'll try and contain them early on and see what they get, and then get one more.
Same question as for Cuthbert. What have your lads got out of this? Okay, you're not going through to the final, but what have you got out of it?
I think it's just confirming the fact that the seniors cricket is really thriving in Wales as in other places. We played England and Australia a few times previously, but we haven't played Sri Lanka, New Zealand, India and Canada, and it's a real opportunity for everybody, and everybody's really enjoyed it.
So what does it do for the cricketers involved?
It's a bit of a buzz, frankly. We get international caps from the Wales Seniors Committee. That's one of the main things. No, it's just really exciting to be part of. You know, we've all been playing cricket for a long, long time, and you know, none of us ever thought we'd be here doing this, and it's really lovely.
Well, all the best to you today. Okay, nothing to play for in terms of the table, but there's always pride.
Oh yes, well, we want to finish middle-ish. We want to win 2 matches, and that's what we're here for today.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Robin. All the best. So we've seen a very strange yellow object in the sky this morning up here. It sort of hurts the eyes when you look at it, and we're all trying to work out what it is. Is it an alien invasion? Or what is it? It has a sort of warm feel to it, which is rather nice. Yes, we've had, well, we're actually, given the early summer, spring and early summer we've had in the UK, we've been very lucky that we've had relatively few rain-affected games. But yesterday, well, certainly where we were in Marlow, not all that far away from High Wycombe here, it was a day of drizzle, basically. But somehow we got 2 innings of 43 overs done. And what an exciting game it was. It was a tie. And you can go and watch the conclusion to the game. You can watch the whole game if you like by going online and Googling 70s Cricket World Cup and looking for Canada against New Zealand. It was extraordinary and a very late finish. I'm feeling shattered having to work this hour in the morning after all that, but there you go. As I've noted several times in the course of this week, the competition is unrelenting in that it's been day on, day off, and in fact it's day on, Thursday, Friday. These 2 teams both played yesterday, and yes, you can juggle with team selection, but my goodness, a demanding schedule. So I'll just run through the look of the table. As I said earlier, this competition run on a round-robin basis, 7 teams, which makes life a little bit awkward, having an odd team. But Australia on 10 points, England on 8, Canada on 7. They play each other today, England v Canada. And New Zealand on 6, Wales on 3, Sri Lanka on 2, and India yet to gain any points at all. And they have a tough thing today on their hands, playing Australia, the team who's already gone through to the final. We're going to have the national anthems in just a moment, which you hopefully will be able to hear. The 2 teams, not sure if you can see, 2 teams lined up outside this very splendid High Wycombe Cricket Club pavilion. High Wycombe Cricket Club, which celebrated its 200th anniversary last year. At Marlow yesterday, I was pointing out that that club was founded in 1829. Well, they've gone a bit better than that here at High Wycombe. I'll tell you a little bit about the club and High Wycombe in due course. So both teams ready for the national anthems. They don't actually start for another 20 minutes or so. So Chris Watkin, one of the organisers of the tournament, looks like he's going to be saying a word or two. Afraid I'm on the limit of my microphone distance. Don't think I dare go any closer. But I'm sure you will hear the national anthems. We look for something special from the Welsh singers. The Welsh scorer arrives to stand in line with the rest of the team. So I'm sorry you can't hear this, but Chris Watkin just welcoming the two teams. Has been a quite extraordinary experience being involved in this tournament. Standard of cricket very high. We've had at least one 80-plus-year-old playing and doing extremely well. And Chris Watkin poised with his iPad, ready to play the two national anthems. Wales are regarded as the home side today, so I don't know whether that means their anthem will come first. So the Sri Lankan national anthem. I'll try and get a bit closer and hope the microphone still works. Then we move on to that stirring Welsh anthem coming up any moment now. Well, I think the Welsh team won the race to the finish there. Possibly a variety of keys involved, but always good to hear Welshmen singing that stirring anthem. One of the best there is. I really should learn it, all the Welsh words, sometime. So those are the anthems. We'll be underway fairly soon. So I've given you the table as it stands. And as it stands, well, I've watched Australia a couple of times and they absolutely are the team to beat. They absolutely demolished Sri Lanka yesterday, chasing 181 to win. But they are solid in batting, bowling, fielding, whichever way you look at it. And they're in the final already at Wormsley, and I'll tell you about that event and the opportunity to watch it in due course. Okay, so let me give you the Sri Lankan squad today. It's 13 players are available. You are allowed to replace the fielder at will, and I think I'm right in saying that you may not field, but that doesn't stop you batting. I think I'm right in saying that. So the squad as we have it: the skipper Cuthbert Berenger, we heard from earlier. Then we have Indran Tavendra, Harry Solomons, Deepal Ahangama, Namal Vijayasuriya, Sunil Fernando, Sabaratnam Tirukumar, Shivarama Krishnan, Nihal Ramanayaka, Sunil Parakrama da Silva, and John Premachandran. That's the squad. I don't yet have the Wales squad to hand. We'll try and bring that to you. One thing to say straight away early on is that you can contact us wherever you're listening from. Doesn't matter where in the world you're listening from. You can contact us on our dedicated email address, which is very straightforward: openthebowling@gmail.com. openthebowling@gmail.com. That will find us very, very swiftly. And we'd love to receive messages for the players. Just tell us where you are exactly in the world and the view from your window, whatever time of day it is, any questions that you may have. And we'd love to know about seniors cricket involvement that you have had yourself, or you've watched seniors cricket in your part of the world. It'd be great to have people from Wales. I do hope there are people from Wales, which is just along the motorway from here, who get in touch. And people from Sri Lanka, and quite a number of the members of the Sri Lankan side hail from, these days, from Australia. So let's hope there are people awake in Australia who can contact us. Please do. It's great to have messages. I try and get through all of them, mentioning them during the commentary. That email address: openthebowling@gmail.com. openthebowling@gmail.com. So we're nearly ready to go, about 8 minutes by my watch. Where are we exactly, High Wycombe? Well, it's on the end of a railway line which at best will get you into London in just 20 minutes, at worst, well, 50 minutes. So we're about 30 miles from the centre of London, a very dramatic setting. Steep hills down into a valley with the River Wye at the bottom, hence Wycombe. These days it doesn't look at all fearsome. It's it almost looks like a stream, the Wye, as it goes through close to the town centre. I'm sure it was more dramatic in times past to have been able to cut this valley. But certainly if you're at the top of the hill, in particular places, looking across to the other side of the valley, it really is extremely dramatic. But I'll tell you some bits and pieces about the history of Wycombe, famous people who have lived here. And this is in the county of Buckinghamshire. We're in the Chilterns here, the Chiltern Hills, which extend all the way from, pretty well, from the River Thames all the way up to, well north of London, the west side of London, up to Luton, if you know the UK at all. Dramatic line of hills, much loved of walkers, cyclists, and lots of good pubs as well. So look, we're nearly ready to go. openthebowling@gmail.com. Please send us a message of any sort. And not least if there's something about the commentary and the cameras that you're not happy with, maybe your connection's not all that good, perhaps we can help with that. But so far, we've had terrific coverage, courtesy of our engineer, Steve Dello. He's done a fantastic job. He has to start early, of course, and he goes home late. Got to set up all the equipment at each new place where we've live streamed from. And it takes a while to de-rig at the end of the day, of course. So both of these teams played yesterday, and both suffered serious defeats. How will we put it? Wales were playing England, who are still very much in the hunt for a place in the final, against Australia. Wales were all out for 59, and England knocked them off with just 1 wicket lost. And Australia very comfortably chased down 180 to win that game. Their 5th win on the trot, Australia, and today they play India, who are bottom of the table with no points so far, so that's a real challenge for India. So the two countries' flags flying proudly from the pavilion. I'm not sure if you can see that on your screen. I think you probably can't. But they're showing that the breeze of yesterday is still up. The trees around the ground, which you will be able to see, I'm sure you can see ruffling in the breeze. It's not cold today, but in the sun, it's perhaps not yet absolutely baking. Both teams did their warm-up earlier. Interesting that Wales decided to keep out of the sun, sought shelter under some trees in the shadow. There you heard the bell sounding. Hopefully you heard that. Play will start in 5 minutes as the umpires, Keith Boyle and John Holland, come out. They've done sterling service during the competition. A team of umpires of different nationalities who have toured the various grounds where the games have been played. Essentially, it's local cricket clubs like this one to the south and round to the west on the very edge of London, and also in Bishop Stortford up to the north of London, close to Stansted Airport. And those clubs have done a fantastic job making all these players welcome. And we welcome now the Welsh side, led out by Robin Jones for the final match of their tournament. And one player already racing ahead. Perhaps he's opening the bowling. I should say that, I don't know if it's clear from the view that you have, but there's quite a slope. From left to right, basically, as you're looking. Quite dramatic. Reminds us of the Lord's slope, the famous slope at Lord's. And it is a challenge for bowlers to adjust to bowling on a slope from left to right or right to left, depending on the end. So Harry Solomons will face, left-hander, and Ron Walton will deliver the first ball to him. The other batsman, Murugesu Tevandra Raja. And off we go. Wonderful to have sunshine today. The last 2 games I've done have been very much rain affected. So Wales opening with spin. Ron Walton, who is 80. Not the only 80-year-old, 80-plus-year-old player who's taking part in this tournament. So Sri Lanka away with 1. So Indran Tavendra, which I think is the correct shortened version of the name, to face now, right-handed. So as you'll see, we've got a gully, a square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, deep cover, and a man on the cover boundary, and a point. The Welsh wicketkeeper is Ryland Wallace, who's played for 3 Welsh clubs in his career. So already Ron Walton onto a teasing length. And the new bowler is Paul Minchington. Thank you to our scorer. All the players, as you can see, are numbered. Paul Minchington's got some support from the boundary. Heard the exhortation. So a reminder of that email address, openthebowling@gmail.com. Send us any message you like. Greetings to a particular player. Something about the place you're emailing from. Tell us something about your own experience of veterans cricket, either watching it or playing it. It'd be lovely to hear from you. Paul Minchington, very much a man of Wales, born in Bridgend, famous rugby union area. Been playing as a bowler for over 40 years. Many people in the senior sides have come back to cricket in later life, having not played for considerable lengths of time. And that's one of the great things of seniors cricket, bringing people back to the game and feeling the benefit of stepping into that competitive environment, which is nonetheless friendly and collegial. It's been a wonderful atmosphere around this competition over the last 2 weeks. Of course, we've been vying with the Paris Olympics over exactly the same period, and for me, the cricket's won hands down. Bags of interest, lots of high scoring. We've had 5 or 6 centuries. Some epic bowling feats. Paul Minchington's also played at Galway in Ireland. He's on a winning team in the Connaught Cup and the Junior Cup. And he still plays league cricket on a Saturday for Bridgend and in midweek too for over 40s and Wales sides. 40 years a bowler, that's Paul Minchington. This is Harry Solomons facing. No runs off the over so far. So the first maiden of the day. We don't see all that many maidens. And Paul getting lots of encouragement from the other side of the boundary. So the batsman facing now, Indran Tavendra, also a medium pace bowler. He played for Harrow Cricket Club in the UK. And the first 4 of the day to him. So he knows English conditions, you would have thought. Played for Harrow for 21 years and Northwood Cricket Club for 15. And he currently plays for Hertfordshire County in the UK, but playing here for the Sri Lankan side. Play and a miss. It's been a nightmare for groundsmen this summer. We had an exceptionally wet winter in the UK, and it continued into the spring and into the early summer, and still things aren't really settled, all down to the jet stream, of course. We've learned to feed that into the equation, but still we haven't had a completely settled spell of fine weather over a period of a couple of weeks, unfortunately. And the plane goes, roughly speaking, overhead. That'll be either going into or coming away from Heathrow Airport, which isn't all that far away. That's a good stop in the covers. Good shot for just the 1 run. Tavendra moving on to 5. And Harry Solomons facing. Oh, bit of a misfield there. And the 3rd over is completed, 7 without loss. 1 run there to Harry Solomons, who played in the past for St. Aloysius College in Gaul, also played for Gaul Cricket Club in Sri Lanka and what was then known as Ceylon Schools. He's represented New South Wales over 70s teams and indeed the Australian over 70s team, but currently playing for the Sri Lanka Lions team in Sydney in the over 60s competition. As I said earlier, there are plenty of members of the Sri Lankan squad who hail from Australia. And Paul Minchington continuing. Let's say it's from the railway station end. That railway station providing access to London, not far away. Let's call it that, shall we? And Paul Minchington very much dropping on to a length, adjusts his field, brings a man in, that much closer at short, what do you call it? Short cover, I think. And first run, I think, of Paul Minchington. One ball of the over left. Open the bowling at gmail.com is the email address to reach us. Let's hear about your area where you're communicating from, your experience of seniors cricket. Ask us questions about this competition. Anything you like, really. Colour of my hair, you might want to know. I don't know. It's not very exciting, but I'm not proud. It's great that we can communicate at these vast, vast distances, and it's wonderful to be able to bring you this cricket, bring it into your living room, or your office, or your bedroom, wherever it is that you're watching. Last ball of the over. Paul with his slightly longer run up for that last ball. Pushed it through that bit more. He's obviously varying his pace. 4 overs gone, 8 without loss. Still Ron Walton. We saw the Canadian captain Zeppy Greaves bowl 9 overs yesterday off spin at the age of 83. And possibly the standout bowler of the day, 3 for 21 off 9 overs. Basically gave the ball lots of air and dared the batsman to do something belligerent, which they very rarely did. So a bye signalled. By John Holland at what will we call it? Well, the Tesco supermarket end. Or the Volkswagen garage end. I'll make up my mind. Or the M40 end, the London end. Sound of a police car in the distance. Double-decker bus goes past. Nobody on the top deck. Play and a miss. 5 overs gone. 9 without loss. So a tentative start. And the first red kite of the day swoops over the ground. That's been a feature of this tournament. Not surprising, really. These wonderful birds, which I'll tell you about in the course of the day. They glide. They like focusing on, I think, the open area of grass. Especially interested in people who are eating sandwiches. Harry Solomons, a studied forward defensive. And lovely cloudscape above us. Quite a bit of cloud, but it's non-threatening, plenty of blue. So fingers crossed for the day as a whole after yesterday's dreadful, dreadful weather. But as I was saying earlier, we saw a really, really riveting game at Marlow Cricket Club. A tie between Canada and New Zealand. Something like 66 or so needed off the final 6 with 7 down. 44 needed off the final 4. 14 required off the last over to win, that is, and they scored 13. So it was a tie. No run there. Spin bowlers very much come into their own in this competition. Paul Minchington mixing it up, really. Sometimes he looks like a medium pacer, and other times a spin bowler. But we have seen some pretty pacey bowlers as well. Ian Southall for Australia, for example. So 6 gone. Another maiden, I do declare. 9 without loss. Tavendra on 5. Solomons on 3. This is a 45 over a side game. Amazing yesterday that despite the weather, the dreadful weather, We still had 43 overs aside. So the other games happening today, India against Australia at Royal Ascot, close by Windsor Castle. And that makes it through to the boundary. To Tavendra. Oh, and look, the screen over there flashes up a 4. It's a bit exhibitionist, that, but hey, adds to the excitement. Also exciting is that there appears to be a pizza outlet actually inside the ground. Good take, Ryland Wallace. Son, I believe, is also a wicketkeeper at a very high level. I must look him up. This is Ron Walton still, just short of a length, bringing the batsman forward. Yes, I'd certainly like to know if that pizza outlet is going to open. It's just making me hungry just looking at it. And a good connection there. Four runs signalled by John Holland. 4 to Indran Tavendra. And sort of late cut, sort of deflection. Down to shortish third man, 2 runs scored. Tavendra moves on to 15. Paul Minchington to continue. 7 overs gone, 19 without loss. So the first email on my list indicates that the connection's not working properly. Peter Ferner, can you hear us yet? Can you see us yet? I do hope so. I'm sorry you're having a problem getting pictures. So our engineer here believes that everything is working okay. So do let me know, Peter, if you've not got a decent connection. 20 without loss. Paul Minchington, playing cricket for decades. openthebowling@gmail.com. Please send us a message supporting either side. Be lovely to pass on the messages. That's gone in the air, and that's going to be just safe, falling between two fielders. Unlucky. I thought for a moment that was heading straight into my lap. In fact, he didn't get that far. Just the one scored. Eight gone. .37 to go. It was a 12 o'clock, 12 midday start here in the UK, so we have to wait a long time for lunch. Drinks, breaks after 15 and 30 overs. Sometimes that's adapted if a wicket falls at a particular moment. Ron Walton to continue from the Tesco supermarket end. Four more to Tavendra. Ron Walton, who's been playing cricket since 1960. At that time he represented a team in Wales called Hoover Cricket Club, as in vacuum cleaner. And he's now playing for Merthyr in South Wales, still playing league cricket, has represented Wales 50s, 60s and 70s over the last 25 years. He has played for England in 3 Australian series. Work that out if you can. Well, looks like Ron Walton getting some turn there. Don't think that's going to make it to the boundary. It's a good chase. Turn and throw. It's uphill in that direction, quite markedly so. That is an exceptional catch. Andy Timpson at slip, hurling himself to his right. clutches it out of the air, and Harry Solomons goes. And the screen says wicket. Will it do anything more exciting than just say wicket? No, I think not. So Harry Solomons going for 6. Oh, the bails are coming off on the screen there. So wicket for Ron Walton.
What number are you going? Huh? So, you got the pad though? I didn't see the pad. Still needs to run.
And the new batsman, Sivarama Krishnan. Played in Sri Lanka for St John's College in Jaffna and at university level. Currently playing in the Sydney Tamil Masters cricket tournament. So that's in Australia, of course, and for the St John's Old Boys cricket team back in Sri Lanka. So well travelled. New over from Paul Minchington off the longer run up. And that goes away for 4. No need to run for that. 4 more to Tavendra. Quiet start. But moving ahead now. We've had some very high scoring in this tournament. England got up in the 380s, I think, in their first game, if memory serves. Well, the umpire, Keith Boyle's finger twitched then. But kept his hand down. That's in the air, and that's coming very close to me here, and that's England, Sri Lanka, New Zealand, India, Australia. Which means there have been 7 rounds. This is the two teams at the top of the test the final. 2 points for a win, 1 for a no result or a tie, as yesterday at Marlow. It's a good bit of fielding. Been here, close to where I'm sitting, right on the boundary. And up goes the finger. And Tavendra looks around in disbelief. What happened there? Keith Boyle's finger goes up. Of course, we'd all like to see a replay. So the second wicket to fall. New batsman Ananda Sirisena, wearing 3. He's played mercantile cricket in Sri Lanka. It'd be interesting to know what that is. But he's played UK League cricket for 34 years. Bats high, occasionally bowls, taking his guard from Keith Boyle. So Paul Minchington gets a reward at last. The wicket shared then so far, 1 each for Paul Minchington and Ron Walton. 46 for 2. And Wales will be delighted to have got rid of Tavendra. So the round robin, everybody plays everybody else. And as things stand, Australia are already through to the final at Wormsley, world famous cricket ground, on Sunday. Only 2 teams can join them in that final. It's going to be either Canada or England, and they're playing each other today at Wargrave, which is close to the River Thames near Henley. That's a winner-takes-all match today. And wide signalled by Keith Boyle. So I'm pleased to note from Dick Morby that we do indeed have pictures. So Peter, who emailed early, do hope things have improved as far as you're concerned. Richard Morby, Dick Morby, watching from up the hill from here, 5 or 6 miles away. So the signal's reaching 5 or 6 miles away. Keep watching, Dick. I'm sure you'll have an amusing message or two to send us. Ron Walton continuing. It's one of those things, seniors cricket, do you bowl a bowler right through their allocated number of overs? Can they stay supple when they've had a break? I know that'd be my worry as a senior myself. Well forward. Shivarara Krishnan. Another police car. Sounds in the distance. Wouldn't mind betting it's going to shoot past us on the road up the top of the hill there. This is the London Road. Not sure if you could stay on it and actually get to the centre of London by what is now an obscure route. I'm sure Dick Morby will tell me. But this is the London Road, home of High Wycombe Cricket Club. And what a splendid pavilion. It is over to my left with nice gallery, watching position on the first floor. Splendid clock and weather vane on the top, and the Sri Lankan and Welsh flags flying proudly from one of 2 flagpoles. So it's all gone quiet with Tavendra out. Yes, indeed, the police car is getting closer and closer. High Wycombe Hospital is not all that far away. And likewise, High Wycombe Police Station. Just down there, it is an ambulance, in fact. I just caught sight of it. There it goes. Blue lights flashing. And coming in opposite direction, a grey bus. Buses should not be grey, should they? That's not a good colour for a bus. Well, that's my story. 13 overs gone, 47 for 2. Sri Lanka still not burst through the 50 barrier. Sivarama Krishnan on 2. Ananda Sirisena yet to score. It is slightly confusing as one or two of the players seem to have 2 separate assigned names, but I'll go with what I have here. In about 10 minutes or so, I'm delighted to say that Shanta Gunasekara, the manager of Sri Lanka, will be joining me here at the commentary position. We'll talk about seniors cricket in Sri Lanka. This is the very first over 70s World Cup. And I'm quite sure it'll be just the first of many. There is already talk of there being an over 80s World Cup. Yes, indeed. Plenty of cricketers in the 80 age group out there in various countries, I'm quite sure. Met some Australian cricketers in their 80s a few weeks ago, touring in the UK. High in the air, over the infield, but not got enough legs to get over the boundary. Good bit of feeling down here. Just the one run. 48 for 2. And a vintage VW open-top Beetle has just arrived. Shiny sort of, I don't know, is that opal green colour? I don't know. Wish I could give you a shot. We had an black Austin 7 here just before play, so there's something vintage going on. Perhaps they're going to auction one of them at lunchtime. Have I got my debit card with me? Come on, Dick Morby, put in a bid for the Austin 7. That was my father's first car, years and years and years ago. I don't remember it, but I must have been driven round in it. Not sure if my father had passed his test. At that point in time, I seem to remember he took it when he felt like it. So still Ron Walton at the Tesco supermarket end, so-called. Can he bowl a Ron? Is usually bowled right through, I'm told. 9 overs is the maximum you can bowl. Looked like the one that goes straight on. Batsman played for turn. So one batsman wearing a helmet, one not. Still not at the 50. It's the 15th over, so there'll be drinks in a moment, I predict. Still no run. And during drinks, I'll just see if I can bring you news from the other 2 games. Australia, India, but that big one, Canada and England. That is the end of the 15th over. Looks like the players are shuffling across to, yes indeed, drinks are coming out for them. Let's see if we can get a score in those 2 games. So, in that must-win game at Wargrave near Henley, England are 81 without loss. And Australia batting first against India, 69 without loss. Just to repeat, new viewers, listeners, it can only be either Canada or England that go through to play in the final on Sunday at the Paul Getty ground at Wormsley. It's going to be a terrific day. Already predicting hundreds and hundreds of people will be there. All the teams who've taken part in the tournament will be there. A band has been hired to entertain us at lunch. And the weather looks like it's going to be set fair, so make a date for that. You will be watching cricket being played at one of the most beautiful cricket grounds in the world. Everybody says it. It has to be true. It's that beautiful. Set in a rural valley. Trees everywhere. Sheep, deer, red kites overhead. It's a charming, charming setting. Looks wonderful in any weather. But we're hoping for plenty of sun on Sunday. Certainly looks like it's not going to be a rainy day. But please make a date for that. Even if your team is not involved, I can promise you, you'll be looking at an extraordinary cricketing vista. The ground created by Sir Paul Getty about 30 plus years ago. Just fancied a cricket ground in his back garden. Wow. Several £1 million sterling later, there you have it. Just a wonderful ground where many of the great players of the world have played. All sorts of cricket played there. And we have a change of bowling at the railway station end. Oh, it's still Paul Minchington. They're toying with me, you see. It's still Paul Minchington. Somehow one thinks after a drinks break, it's going to be somebody different, but it isn't. So a slip, point, cover, mid-off. Man out here on the wide long-on boundary, sort of deep mid-wicketish. There's a mid-on, there is a mid-wicket and a square leg. Thrown up. Inviting the lofted drive. We've seen 1-6 already over here from Tavendra. Still 48 for 2. And through they go. openthebowling@gmail.com is the address for your emails from anywhere in the world. It'd be nice to hear from people both in Wales and Sri Lanka, but anywhere else. Big Sri Lankan contingent with Australian connections, so let's hear from a few Australians. They may be saving their powder for Sunday with Australia in the final. They certainly were very, very enthusiastic emailers in the 2 Australian games that we've covered. It's great to have the connection to the other side of the world. So 45 overs aside, just to remind you. I mentioned that the tournament is sponsored by Jennings Bet, those 200 betting shops across the UK, but the tournament's also supporting the Bob Willis Fund. So raising money for research into prostate cancer. Bob Willis, of course, legendary England fast bowler. He did the damage in that famous test match at Headingley in 1981. 8 wickets to send Australia tumbling to defeat when they only needed 130 to win. Known as Botham's match, but of course it was just as much Bob Willis's match. And great that this tournament has been both drawing attention to the phenomenon of prostate cancer and raising money to help research into it and alleviate the symptoms thereof. So no more vintage cars have arrived. Sort of expecting a cavalcade. Perhaps they're coming in over lunch. So this, by my calculation, is Ron Walton's final over that he's able to bowl. I'll bring his figures. We have now gone through the 50, 52 for 2. You'll see that on your screens. It's been that teasing length since his very first ball, Ron Walton. Come on, Ronald. Here's the shout from the boundary. And that's it. The end of Ron Walton's spell. So Ron Walton's 9 overs. There were 3 maidens. Maidens are rarities in this form of cricket, of course. 1 for 28 off those 9 overs, and Paul Minchington is going to bowl himself through. It's his last over. Taken 1 wicket so far. It's quiet out there. Tavendra was just getting into his stride, and he was out LBW. Had to tear himself away from the crease. That's in the air. Is that out? Oh. Now the problem there, quite clearly, was looking into the sun. Ball came right out of the sun. I have every sympathy with the fielder. I simply couldn't see it. Went over his head. And the stranglehold is broken. The first boundary for a good while. As we see a plane glinting in the sunlight, making its way from Heathrow, I'm sure. headed sort of northwest. So I wonder where that's going. Heathrow, of course, exceptionally busy airport. Paul Minchington worrying about the state of the ball by the look of things. Oh, the ball has come back from the boundary with something not terribly pleasant on it. .57 for 2 in the 18th over. Up in the air. That will fall safe as well. I'll just take the one. So it's a very quiet crowd today. Yesterday at Marlow, the game between Canada and New Zealand. Particularly noisy support for Canada, which went on pretty well the whole day. That's 4 runs, a classical shot that time. Hits the base of the sight screen, so 4 runs. And the screen flashes up the 4 on the far side there. And play any music while it does it. I mean, why not? Oh, 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 oh. Almost made into a catch there. These catches keep on falling into space. I've seen a really straightforward catch, really, so far. So the end of Paul Minchington's spell. Paul Minchington, 1 for 34 off 9 overs with 2 maidens.
Just check with them anyway, all right? We'll keep an eye on it. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. No, it was just on devices. Anyway, we'll have a look. Thank you.
Thank you. So the skipper comes on from the Tesco supermarket end. Hope I am right that Tesco supermarket is over that way. I think it is. Some local will email in to tell us. Robin Jones, the skipper of the Welsh side. Left arm round, ball in the air. 1 run immediately to deep mid-off. Has a man on the cover boundary. A deepish cover, point, short third man, short fine leg, square leg. Then a mid-on, but no mid-wicket as far as I can see. Oh no, we have a deep mid-wicket. I thought it was somebody in the nets down there. Well, we've seen plenty of bowling like this in the tournament. The ball tossed up. Daring the batsman. There you are. It's not so easy. When I played club cricket many years ago, I used to play with a wily customer called Mike Piggott. Who'd played for decades and decades. It looked completely innocuous. He didn't spin the ball, he just drifted it away from the bat. Slow delivery, and he took vast numbers of wickets. Dropped catch down there. 2 runs taken. And I can remember at the end of the over, end of Robin Jones's first over, I can remember on one occasion the captain of our side decided, no more Mike Piggott, please no more, we've got to move on, we've got to give youth a chance. But very soon the new spinner couldn't make it on one game. In came Michael Piggott again and took 7 wickets for virtually nothing. He did retire eventually, but really retired, like he gave up even watching cricket. He just went off and played golf. Possibly very boring golf. Anybody remember Mike Piggott out there? And the new bowler from the railway station end, Andy Timpson. We saw him take a stunning slip catch a little bit earlier. And he's in his home county. Played village cricket in Buckinghamshire. His mother was a scorer. And he moved to Abergavenny just over 30 years ago and has represented Wales at senior level for the past 12 years. I think we can expect that he will throw the ball up as well. So what do we have? A wide long on. A mid-on and a deep mid-on as well. A mid-off, cover, point, then a mid-wicket and a man on the square leg boundary. Pulling the man round to a wide mid-on. Wide mid-wicket, left arm round as with Robin Jones. Just the one run, 67 for 2 in the 20th over. And how wonderful it is to see unbroken sunshine. And it looks pretty settled at last. We've had 2 or 3 rain-affected games. And 1 abandonment. But if you will play cricket at Bishop Stortford, that's a risk you take. I'm joking, of course. I just hope that nobody from Bishop Stortford is listening. Just the one there. 68 for 2. Wales will be pretty pleased with this. Sri Lanka consolidating, and of course the sun has just gone in. Now I said that, not so unbroken sunshine, but the sky basically clear, just the occasional cloud creeping across. And rapid adjustment of the feet there, down to the man on the square leg boundary. Ananda Sirisena facing at the moment. He's on 11, his partner on 13, as you can probably see on your screen. So a tight first over from Andy Timpson. At the other end, Robin Jones, the captain of the Wales side, born in Cardiff. He's been representing Wales seniors for 9 years and captained the 70s since 2020. Played for, I think you pronounce it, Macon CC Cricket Club for 50 years. Mainly a bowler, but bats a bit. So left armers from each end, down the hill there, 2 runs. Just the one to the man on the boundary. There's one more to Shivarama Krishnan. Batsman's almost got too much time to think. And that's a very decent catch taken out here. Robin Jones strikes. And Ananda Sirisena goes for 11. And I'll get word of the catcher there. Gwyn Price. And all of Wales is singing as the 3rd wicket goes down. Just to repeat that neither of these 2 sides can make it to the final, so they're playing for pride. We're here in High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire. Right in the valley. High Wycombe is basically built on 2 sides of a very dramatic valley, and we're at the bottom of the valley. As I look behind me, some wonderful green space before you then have the ground rising up over towards the M40 motorway, which will whisk you towards the M25 motorway that circles London. Ball tossed right up by Robin Jones. And we believe the new batsman is John Premachandran. And that will go through for 4. The ball runs down the hill there. So he's away straight away. Powerful of stature, John Premachandran. Played for Jaffna Central College in the 1970s, and for Hatton National Bank later on in the 70s. Played for the Lanka Lions in Dubai between 1979 and 1989, and currently playing in Australia, playing for Glen Waverley Hawks in the 60s and 70s competitions in that part of the world in the state of Victoria. That's John Premachandran, playing for Sri Lanka today. Still, the pizza outlet looks as if it's closed. That's the day's first disappointment. Andy Timpson. Continues from the railway station end to Shivarama Krishnan. Oh, that might have been close. John Premachandran to face his first ball from Andy Timpson. And the Sri Lankan flag being waved by a young boy of just 2 or 3 by the look of things over there. Flag's bigger than he is. He's not actually watching the cricket at the moment. Ball thrown right up.
Get behind you, boys, come on.
Just a reminder that really slow can be as difficult to play as really fast. You have all that time to think.
Timo.
77 for 3 in the 22nd over. So we're almost at the halfway stage in the innings. A tentative forward push. Hum of traffic on the London road outside. For the third time, a play and a miss. An appeal for a stumping, given not out by umpire John Holland. Should tell you something about our 2 umpires today. They've done an amazing job, the team standing in this competition. Not just from the UK, but from United States, Australia and New Zealand. Today we have 2 umpires from England. Keith Boyle, who was standing during that last over, Birmingham Premier League umpire since 2014. He's been on foreign tours to South Africa, West Indies and Malta as an umpire with Warwickshire Seniors. He's umpired in Malta. Not everybody can say that. That's in their annual Seniors Cricket Festival. They have an annual Seniors Festival in Malta. Let's look that up on the internet. And he recently officiated at the 2024 Over 60s World Cup in Chennai in India. That's Keith Boyle. That's right up in the air and takes the edge. As they say, it'll come down with snow on it. But that is a bit of a cliche. John Premachandran facing already on 5, but he's been made to play tentatively a slightly lower trajectory. So this is subtle stuff. And John Holland standing as umpire at the other end, born near Battle in Sussex. Battle of Hastings territory, William the Conqueror and all that. Played lots of cricket for Bexhill Cricket Club in the Sussex Premier League. And he's currently the club president down there towards the south coast. Played senior cricket himself for very many years and started umpiring just over 10 years ago. He's currently officiating in the Sussex Premier League, and he went to South Africa to officiate in the 2023 over 50s World Cup. So bags of experience out there in the middle from our two umpires, Keith Boyle and John Holland. They've covered some miles during this tournament. Thankfully the starts haven't been too early. 12 noon starts here in the UK. And another tight over, just 78 for 3. Robin Jones just teasing. There he is again in action. Good pick-up. We know he's got a good... Gwyn Price, who's played for Brecon Cricket Club for over 40 years. And Wales seniors for the last dozen years. He goes back to the boundary. Well, I think I may have gone quiet for a little while there. Something not quite right with this microphone, but I'm back with you now. Robin Jones continuing, the Wales skipper. Shiva Ramakrishnan facing. And that makes it all the way to the boundary. 4 more. If you've just joined us, it's been fairly slow stuff. The only batsman really to cut loose, Indran Tavendra. He was cut off just as he was in full flow. LBW to Paul Minchington. End of another over. Racing through them. .25 overs gone, 20 to go, 86 for 3. There's Shiva Ramakrishnan on 24. And John Premachandran on 6. Andy Timpson continuing. Come on, Timo, they shout. I'm told Andy Timpson was actually born here in High Wycombe. Moved to Abergavenny in 1993. Don't imagine he speaks Welsh, but you never know. Another play and a miss. It's a nice shot for no runs. Still the pizza outlet isn't open. Well, again, too much time to think about it. That didn't get up though, in fairness. Ball kept fairly low. Another tight over. 86 for 3. His partnership worth 14. And a bit of a stranglehold. What is a good score on this wicket? Well, you find out in due course. The buses continue on the far side. Various shades of green, from lime green to green, just going past. There are other vehicles on the road, of course. So I'm just looking at the Wales Seniors website, and it's got a wonderful slogan, I suppose you'd call it. We don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing. How about that? The second innings, cricket knows no age. And various points are made on the web page about why playing seniors cricket is a good idea. It's not just about keeping fit in your later years, it says, but about enhancing the quality of life as you age. Regular participation in the sport promotes cardiovascular health, boosts metabolic functions, and aids in muscle retention. By engaging in the game, you're not just adding years to your life, but life to your years. And they talk about the mental agility that's involved by continuously strategizing, reacting and decision-making in real time. You keep your cognitive skills sharp. Amen to that. And the thrill of the game is a natural mood enhancer, warding off feelings of loneliness or depression. It's a great case being made. And it makes the point about joining a community, experiencing the sense of unity. Appeal turned down by John Holland. We celebrate the highs together, navigate the lows together, and forge friendships that go beyond the boundaries of the cricket pitch. So it's a terrific web page that they put together for Wales Seniors Cricket. Cricket is for everyone. One more. End of the 27th, 89 for 3. 18 overs only to go. The Wales senior cricket team celebrates the spirit of the game and recognises that age can bring wisdom, strategy, and a depth of experience that's unparalleled. Age is not a boundary in cricket, it's just another field to play on. And there's some good photographs on their webpage, so do have a look at that. And if you're listening from Wales, well, all the details there of how you can get started. And you don't have to wait till the end, till the start of next season. I'm sure you could start playing now. Change of bowling. Malcolm McHugh from the railway station end. Straight through the batsman. Fairly flat trajectory this time. And Malcolm played his junior cricket at primary school in Berkshire, but not really again until much later time, until he was 50. And joined a Welsh side. And he credits development in his game to a Kiwi coach. Just the one run there, I guess. He's been playing for the 70s side for 5 seasons now, and it says he loves fielding. Well, look, there you go. So that's a great story, isn't it? You play at primary school and then not again until you're 50. Let's watch his action. Flat trajectory. We've not seen a lot of that today. There's an awful lot of throwing the ball up. Different heights. Yeah, it sort of arrows it in a bit. And that was a good stop. That was travelling. Malcolm McHugh will be pleased with that. End of his first over. Walks away to his fielding position at square leg. The sun continues to shine. "17 overs to go now, 90 for 3. As a batter, you think, well, how does Robin Jones do it? Keeps on throwing it up like that. It's nothing like as easy to hit as you think it is. Having said that, we've not really seen anybody use their feet to get down the wicket to him. But that was the case with the spinners at Marlow yesterday. The New Zealand batsmen just froze in their crease. Plenty of time to get out to that, you see, but no. Staying in the crease. Flatter this time. Funnily enough, that seemed to make it easier. The ball coming on. Two balls to go in this over. Right up again. Wide signal that time. Had time to take a couple of runs before hitting the ball. That one. End of another Robin Jones over. That's his 6th over of 9 he may bowl. Are we going to just see these 5 bowlers that we already have? Malcolm McHugh, the 5th. Let us see. Didn't make it to the boundary. Ball going up the hill. One more to the total, creeping up towards the 100 at last in the 30th over. Is that runs, or looks like the umpire's going to signal buys, and he is indeed. Keith Boyle. End of the over. And the second drinks break. So a word about the wonderful High Wycombe Cricket Club here in Buckinghamshire on the London Road, one of the main roads out of High Wycombe. It escapes the valley, which encloses much of the town. The first recorded match on this ground took place in 1891 when High Wycombe played the House of Commons. The club itself dates its history back to 1823, and they had a two-day event here last September to mark that 200 years anniversary. They played minor counties championship cricket here, going all the way back to 1895. Buckinghamshire played Bedfordshire here. And over the following century and a bit, over 100, well over 100 minor counties championship matches here. High Wycombe Cricket Club play in the Home Counties Premier Cricket League, so it's at the pretty well the top level of club cricket. Well appointed ground, nice nets over there with the sponsor's name dangling from it. And as I mentioned a couple of times, a very well appointed, very spacious pavilion, where I'm sure we'll be enjoying lunch a little bit later on. Pleasantly warm today here in this part of England, but not excessively warm. Welcome sight of the sun. And very much a thriving club, High Wycombe Cricket Club. First 11, second, third, fourth, fifth 11s, a women's 11, then a whole range of juniors teams. including the Warriors and Dragons. Well, don't suppose the Dragons has any Welsh connection. Dragon, of course, a symbol that is being displayed on the Welsh flag up there, flying from the pavilion. Anyway, great to be here. Robin Jones continues his 7th over. Drop, we think. That's in the air. Falls safely. We've seen quite a few lofted shots that have just managed to find gaps in the field. Gentle rustling in the trees. Ball thrown high. Just the single to deep cover boundary. One more to Shivarama Krishnan, takes him on to 30. And John Premachandran moving on to 13, 31st over gone, just 14 remaining. This the last game for each of these two sides in this 7th round of the 70s World Cup competition, which culminates at Wormsley, the Paul Getty ground, on Sunday. Australia already through, and England playing Canada today for the right to join them in that final. England going well the last time we heard. Hopefully we could hear the latest fairly soon. They were 81 without loss about 45 minutes ago, or longer than that possibly. Australia have already beaten England in a rain-affected match at Beaconsfield on Tuesday. Long wait there to start. Reduced overs, and we ended in glorious evening sunshine. So this is tidy stuff from Malcolm McHugh. Just pushes it through, good length. didn't go where intended. Red kite positioning itself right over the wicket, soaring around. That's what they do, they ride the thermals. Much smaller bird just crosses its path. They are a reintroduced species. And they were released up at Wormsley, where the cricket ground is, about 30 years ago. And they have multiplied and they're spreading out. They've just about reached the edge of London and that sort of distance away. They're a wonderful sight. Very rarely see them flapping their wings. Just soar above, looking for something to eat below. That goes through. Will that go the whole way? I think it will. Or no, it won't. No, it won't. Stop short of the boundary. It's uphill that way and they come back 4-3. And we've now gone through the Sri Lankan 100. They've got wickets in hand now. They'll want to move on. There'll be 12 overs after this. We've been playing for a couple of hours now. Oh! Again, too much time to think about it. It's Robin Jones's 8th over. And that is a connection, finally. Robin Jones put away 4 to deep backward square. A couple of cars parked under the trees there. Their owners are very trusting. Perhaps they've got a good insurance policy. And I don't know if you can see them on your screen, but a couple of gazebos displaying flags for the two teams, I guess. And another bus goes past. Nobody on the top deck of that either. Empty buses. Goes past very slowly. And this time, well forward John Premachandran. Well forward, he's given out. He wanders around the crease, shakes his head. But given out by John Holland. And a 4th wicket goes down. And he goes for 17. Applause for John as he returns to the pavilion. Naumal Vijay Surya is the new batsman, batting number 6 for Sri Lanka. Currently playing for Essex Seniors, over 70s, the last couple of years. Plays for Buckhurst Hill Cricket Club in the Essex League, but looks like his early cricket was played in Sri Lanka. Played under 16 cricket for St Thomas College, Mount Lavinia, back in the 1960s. And he's come in at just the moment Sri Lanka need to accelerate. That's in the air, and that again will fall safe. Just the one run. There's one more for Shivarama Krishnan. He goes on to 34. And this is Naumal Vijay Surya. Face his first ball, takes guard, wearing 72 on his back. Malcolm McHugh into him. Belligerence straight away. Will that run? No, it doesn't. Down the hill there. Underarm throw back. So, Naumal Vijay Surya off the mark. Well, what a model there. That's a decent sound off the bat. Good stop out here at long on. No run taken. So the end of the 34th, just 11 to go, 113 for 4. Never really cut loose Sri Lanka so far, but let's see what happens. And that looks like Andy Timpson striding towards the other end, the Tesco supermarket end. Where he'll bowl the remainder of his overs. Robin Jones consults with him about his field. Spread a little bit wider. Got a man at deep backward square and the mid-wicket boundary. Man at long off. And the point boundary here. So there are singles all over the place. A batsman in who's well set, and Shivarama Krishnan. There you are. A bludgeoned 4 to wide long on. Statement of intent. The screen once again over there. Tries to excite us. Nice shot, it says, and a big 4. There's still Robin Jones. Forgive me. And Namal Vijay Surya goes. So 6 off 5, Namal Vijay Surya. England a moment ago were 215 for 2 off 30 in their must-win game against Canada at Wargrave. So that was also very sotto voce. I wonder what was going on. I didn't really notice that the wicket had fallen. There was no great reaction from the players, no great excitement. And the new batter is Deepal Ahangama. Also a spin bowler, has played over 1,000 games in the UK over a period of 36. Obviously been counting them. Played for the Hawley Cricket Club and the old Thornians over 40s. And currently plays for the Tomian Masters and Lanka Cavaliers in the Sri Lanka Masters competition. So another one who's got split loyalties. Left-hander, not wearing either a hat or a helmet. Two balls to go of Robin Jones's spell. Hit and run. You can expect to see lots of that as the innings comes to an end. So off the mark. Deepal Ahangama. Meanwhile, Shivaramakrishnan goes on and on. He's been a real anchor, takes him up to 36. And that's the end of Robin Jones's spell, I do think. And there you are. Looked so innocuous, but Robin Jones, the skipper of the Welsh side, has returned figures in his 9 overs of 3 for 41. And I predict that Andy Timpson will indeed replace him at the Tesco supermarket end saw Andy striding towards the wicket a moment ago, and I thought he must be bowling, but no, Robin Jones bowling through his 9 overs. Meanwhile, Malcolm McHugh continues from the railway station end. Ten overs to go. In the air. And it gets noisier from the Sri Lankan contingent over there by the pavilion. Getting towards the sharp end of the innings. Come back for 2. Just the one. So the run scoring during this tournament has been shared around the Sri Lankan batsman. They put up a good fight yesterday against Australia. Looked like the best all-round team in the competition. Put together 180, which Australia proceeded to knock off with no trouble at all. The open top Volkswagen Beetle decides it's had enough of the cricket, off it goes. Taking its owner away, and the sun goes in for a change. We have 9 to go, and this is indeed Andy Timpson. Shiva Ramakrishnan now on 40. So, the oldest players to play first-class cricket. Yes, people have spent time and energy assembling stats like that, and as far as I can see, the greatest age on the last day of playing first-class cricket by any cricketer was Raja Maharaj Singh, who was 72 years and 194 days when playing for the Bombay Governors 11 against the Commonwealth 11 in Bombay in the 1950-51 series. So, had first-class status. Moving on to 1963, C.K. Naidu was 68 years and 4 days old, playing a game at Nagpur in India. 1841, we go back for the next one on the list, 67 years, 169 days. B. Aisleby, playing for the MCC against Cambridge University at Lord's. That's 1841. And a whole host of other players who played first-class cricket in their 60s. So age no barrier. W.G. Grace himself, of course, played to the age of 59. That looks like it may go away. It's coming down the hill. Oh, I think the ball is going to win. No, it's not going to win. Look at that. Look at that. That saves 2 down here by the score box. It's Mike Cockle doing the fancy footwork there under the trees. 2 men back here on the leg side boundary. W.G. Grace, 59 years, 279 days when he played his last day of first-class cricket for the Gentlemen of England against Surrey at the Oval. 1908. Just the one again. And the end of Andy Timpson's first comeback over. He started off here at the railway station end, now at the Tesco supermarket end. Malcolm McHugh to continue from the railway station end. And lunch gets ever closer. Been a couple of very late finishes in this tournament because of the weather. Tuesday we were at Beaconsfield until well gone 8. And then last night, I say the word night advisedly, we were not finished at Marlow until a good bit after 8:30. That amazing finish. A tied game, which seemed absolutely impossible when New Zealand were 144 for 7, chasing 217 to win. Lots of encouragement from the boundary, but just the one run. Nobody has really cut loose. Good anchor roll from Shivarama Krishnan, but there's been nobody really clobbering the bowling at the other end to set the pace. 1-3-2 for 5. Good shot there, that's a good blow. Down here, good footwork there. John Cook racing round the boundary. If you hit and run, there are runs absolutely everywhere. One more in this over, 7 after this. And the total is building. In the air, that's a good stop down here. Good throw, Gwyn Price. He's done some good work. Yes, Vijay Subramanian, sorry, I've already written it down. Yeah, thank you. Deepal Ahangama to face Andy Timpson, and he clobbers that, but it's down to Gwyn Price, who's done, as I say, great work down here on the boundary, underhand throw in. Plane goes almost overhead on its way out from Heathrow. That's kissing the clouds, now across a clear blue sky. That's more great fielding. Gwyn Price is the outstanding fielder, as far as I can see, playing today. He's done some great work down here. Speedy, clean pickups, good throws, took good catch earlier. And thank you for email from Harold Naidu. I think I gave you the England score, well past 200 with 15 overs to go. Those two teams, Canada and England, contesting a place in the final. Thanks for getting in touch, Harold. The bat beaten again, end of another over from Andy Timpson. 6 to go. So if they get up to the mid-180s, that will be a total to reckon with. Shiv Ramakrishnan to face Malcolm McHugh. One more. So it looks like Wales just using 5 bowlers. All with short run-ups. Well, mostly short run-ups. Dot ball. Just for a moment, I thought Keith Boyle, the umpire, was about to raise his arms, but no. Good stop. Still the ball being played essentially along the ground. So Shiva Ramakrishnan, who may appear on your screen as Somasund. 1 for his 50. And there it is. And he gets special recognition on the screen over there. It's very fleeting. Can we see that again? Congratulated by his partner. Very solid 50. He'd be pleased with that. Be even more pleased if they could push things on now in the last 5 overs. 145 for 5. In the lunch interval, we'll bring you at least one recorded interview. Andy Timpson continues. High Wycombe born and bred, but captured by Abergavenny about 30 years ago. Looks a bit fed up, having to bend over and pick the ball up. Well, tough life. Throws the ball up. Ball in the air. One more to Shiva Ramakrishnan. Dot ball. Every dot ball at this stage to be the subject of a minor celebration. Wales, who had disastrous batting day yesterday, 59 all out against England. Oh, 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 oh. Good stop, Malcolm McHugh out there, but they still get the single. 1 ball to go in this over, then just 24 more legitimate deliveries in this innings. Dot ball. Exhortations from the fielding side. 4 left, 4 left. Keep it going. And 2 red kites are now circling the ground. And another bird, which I don't quite recognise, also soaring. There's Gwyn Price again out here. Done a great job. The red kite's looking for, well, a late lunch. And they do swoop down and grab whatever they can find. And if somebody's got a sandwich in their hand, sitting watching cricket. Oh, that's in the air. Yes, if they can swoop down and snatch a sandwich from somebody's hand, well, they will do it. And I've seen that happen very recently. It's an extraordinary sight. Seagulls do that as well. Shiva Ramakrishnan on 53. In the air for a moment. Oh, this could be tight. Oh. Not out. There's Alistair Lawson out here with a pick up and throw, wearing 3. Oh, another ambulance, or is it a police car? I suspect that's an ambulance. We're not all that far away from Wycombe Hospital. And Malcolm beats the bat. Started life as a Great War Memorial Hospital all those years ago. It has a Great War Memorial outside it. Is that an ambulance? It is indeed an ambulance. More of the blue lights flashing. In the air again. That's not going to go. Flatter delivery, beats the bat again. End of Malcolm Hughes' 8th over. $163 for 5, 3 overs left. Sri Lanka just 2 points from their 6 games so far, 2 points for a victory. Second bottom in the table. Wales just above them. Paul Minchington again. I'm sorry, Andy Timpson. Paul Minchington's, I think, fielding down here at fine leg. Another dot ball. "17 balls to go." Right up. Ball hit in the air. Down to long off. Misfield. Hurled in. Andy Timpson looking just a wee bit weary. Good solid blow there, but down to deep mid-on. Another dot ball. Ooh. Leg by. Just the one run. 13 balls to go. Pushed through there by Andy Timpson. Leg by signalled. End of the 43rd, 2 to go. So well under the 3-hour mark to complete the innings. And we'll reckon to bring you news from the other two games. Australia against India, England against Canada. Australia and England batting first, both of them going really well. England well over the 200 mark after 30 overs or so. It's a good stop again. Shiva Ramakrishnan puffing. Been out there a long time. Now on 58. Play and a miss. 10 balls to go. In the air again. And that is 4. Pretty well straight. Please don't hit my car. 4 signalled by Keith Boyle. And a butterfly passes in front of us. A white. Is that a type of butterfly? You just call them a white? Well, it was white, whatever it is. Enjoying the sunshine. I mean, what do butterflies do when the weather's as wet as yesterday? What do you do as a butterfly? Malcolm McHugh again. And again, the ball goes through. 163 for 5. With 1 over to go after this. And again it goes through. Ryland Wallace has kept wicket very tidily, not least to the slowest bowlers. Not easy to keep wicket standing up, as I know to my cost. And that makes it across the boundary. Last ball of the over. 4 more to Deepal Ahangama. So that ends Malcolm McHugh's spell. Nine overs, 0 for 39. Malcolm McHugh, but nobody's collared him, as they say. And just 1 over to go. 167 for 5. Will they get into the 180s? Malcolm McHugh plods his way down to the boundary there. And just the perfect day for cricket. Not too hot. Plenty of blue sky. All we need now is a decent lunch. So 58 to Shivaramakrishnan, who puts the ball in the air just for the 1 though. 59 now to him. And that's the 50 partnership between these two. A smashing of applause. Nothing overexcited, but 50 it is between these two. And they've pushed things along when I suppose they could have subsided. 5 wickets down. Came together at 118. And Deepal Ahangama now on 24, facing. And that is well placed. No, in fact, it's Gwyn Price. He's picked out Gwyn Price, you see. He's the one fielder you don't want on the end of a shot like that. He's done a cracking job, has Gwyn. We'll see him batting, no doubt, in due course. Andy Timpson with 4 more balls to bowl. 169 for 5. And that's a really terrific catch. Robin Jones very nonchalantly taking that catch. And that ends a fine innings from Shivarama Krishnan. Very much playing the anchor role of the innings. Nothing too flamboyant. But always looking to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So this is Sunil De Silva, the new batsman. Coming back for 2. So straight away, smashing that down the ground. 2 balls to go, 171 for 6. Umpire Keith Boyle in prime position for getting off for lunch first. And Andy Timpson hits the stumps with another one of those tossed up balls that you think may not ever reach the wicket, but that one just about did. So at last, Andy Timpson getting reward for a mean spell. Second wicket of the over. And 1 ball to go in the innings, and Sri Lanka will not reach 180. This is the Sri Lankan skipper, Cuthbert Berenger, to face the final ball of the innings. Still great care in placing the field, even with just 1 ball to go. So a wide called on that. What would have been the final delivery? In the air. And they will keep running, I'm quite sure, and they will get that. Racing back. So 175 for 7, Sri Lanka, after their 45 overs. Players trudge off wearily to be revived by a late lunch. It's getting on for 5 to 3 in the afternoon here in the UK. Just run down the batsmen's scores. Indran Tavendra, 37. Harry Solomon, 6. Ananda Sirisena, 11. John Premachandran, 17. Shivarama Krishnan, 59, out at the death there. Naumal Vijay Surya was 6. Sunil De Silva in at the end there, 2. And the not-out batsman, Cuthbert Berenger, the Sri Lankan captain. And Deepal Ahangama, 27 not out at the end there. 1 for Washington, 1 for 24, 3 for Jones, 2 for Timpson, and an over. So those bowlers, opening bowlers Ron Walton and Paul Minchington. Ron Walton 1 for 28 off 9. Paul Minchington 1 for 34 off 9. So both of those keeping it tight. Robin Jones, the skipper, 3 for 41 off 9. Andy Timpson, as I say, at last getting reward at the end there. 2 for 27. And the other bowler, five for 7. And we'll see if Wales can put yesterday's troubles behind them. Better not keep on and on and on repeating it, but they were out for 59 yesterday. I'll try and make that the last time I say it. And a couple of youngsters making their way onto the outfield. One very young youngster to play cricket perhaps. Some older youngsters in the nets down there, the members of High Wycombe Cricket Club. There's one very fast bowler, looked like. And the Sri Lankan side making their weary way up the stairs, where I presume lunch is being made available. So lunch will be 40 minutes. And we've got a couple of interviews that you may like to hear during this interval. We'll see if we get both of them in. And the first one takes us to Gibraltar to meet wicketkeeper Sally Barton. She made history earlier this year by becoming the oldest woman to make a debut in international cricket. And she made that debut for Gibraltar against Estonia. Gibraltar against Estonia. How about that? And at that point she was 66 years and 334 days old. She had played in international T10 tournament before that, but of course that's not a standard format, as it were, and she played in that tournament last year. Well, I wanted to hear Sally's cricketing story, and we met, as is the way of things these days, on a video link. It's a fascinating interview with Sally Barton of Gibraltar, and a woman with a real passion for wicket keeping throughout her life. It was fascinating to hear her talk about playing in men's sides and how the inaccuracies of men's bowling taught her more about the craft of wicket keeping perhaps than playing in better sides than men's third 11s. May she go on playing for Gibraltar as long as she possibly can. And as she said, she'll be coming back to the UK in due course. And let's hope she finds a good standard of cricket to play when she gets back. That's Sally Barton of Gibraltar. So the other two games being played today in this 70s World Cup cricket competition, England against Canada and Australia against India. Those innings have just about finished, and both England and Australia have gone through the 300 mark. I'll just see if Edwards... No, not yet. England had topped 350 with very few balls to go. Duncan Elder, I suspect, opened the batting for England. Got 150 before retiring. As I say, Australia also through the 300 mark against India. So England will feel they've got 1 foot in the final. Plenty of work to do, I'm sure. Canada, of course, had a late night yesterday in that unbelievable finish to their game against New Zealand. New Zealand somehow contriving a tie in the deep gloom of Marlow, with the street lights shining brightly outside, all the car headlights going past, almost blinding the cricketers. No, I'm exaggerating there, but it was quite a scene. And they very nearly pulled off the win, but not quite. So Canada, obviously, a bit of a struggle for them. Getting up and about and ready to play England at Wargrave. Wargrave on the River Thames, close to Henley, famed for its regatta. So we're still waiting with bated breath for news, and Edward says it's coming up. News is coming up of the final totals. England against Canada, Australia against India. Here comes the piece of paper. England on their 45 overs, 371 for 3. So that's almost up to the total they scored against Sri Lanka at the start of the tournament. That was 382. And just to repeat, Duncan Elder scored 150 for England today. England, I was told, were without Derek Toe, I think, today, who is a real class batsman, showed his class against Australia earlier this week, but he stepped down today, probably saving himself for the final.
I'm afraid it's all just a bit of a mishmash. You're going to have to
So lunch has just arrived. I could describe lunch while we're waiting for the Australian score. It's a plate absolutely weighed down, absolutely weighed down. Thank you, Fliss, for running up to the pavilion, still waiting for the Australian score. A big welcome, you've just joined us here at High Wycombe, to the west of London. Wales against Sri Lanka, two teams without the prospect of playing in the final, but both keen to sign off in this competition with a win, and Sri Lanka have scored 175 for 7 of their 45 overs. The main scores for them: Indran Tavendra 37, out when he was just starting to open out early on in the innings. And the other main contributions, Shivarama Krishnan out for 59 in the final over of the 45, with Deepal Ahangama left 27 not out at the end. We do have another interview for you in just a moment when we finally get that Australian score. Not putting pressure on you, Edward, at all. It's just that we would like to feel we've got to the end of the innings. He's just about to scribble the score down for me. Edward does an amazing job filling us in on such matters. So Australia against India, innings closed at 315 for 5. So India will be reasonably pleased with that in a way, I suppose. They've got no points at the bottom of the table, haven't had a win. And, you know, that's a very destructive Australian batting lineup. And you see there England take the batting honours. In fact, today, 371 for 3. So we can move on to our second interview. This 70s World Cup tournament was officially opened on July the 28th at an event at the Eton Rowing Lake near Windsor Castle. Why you start a cricket tournament at a rowing lake, I have no idea. No, it's a historic place where the 2012 Olympic Games rowing competitions took place. That's why it's an appropriate place. And the Olympics, of course, going on at the moment in Paris. Well, one of the speeches made was given by someone who's right at the sharp end of running seniors cricket in the UK. And I met him on another video link the other day.
Well, it's a great pleasure for me to be speaking to Jeff Beale, who's chairman of the National 60/70 Age Group Cricket Championship Committee. That's a real mouthful, that, Jeff. And you are indeed a senior cricketer yourself. You've batted for many years for Hampshire, I think that's right.
Correct. Yes, I've been playing for Hampshire now for 8 or 9 years, and thoroughly enjoyed playing. Still, I've played for the 70s once this year, but I'm still going to try and play for the 60s as long as they'll have me. Yeah, it's been great. I've really enjoyed it. I captained the side for about 5 years, but I've passed that over, and somebody else has got that.
People will be interested to know, how long is it since seniors cricket became a thing in this country and indeed, of course, around the world, because they may have developed at different times.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure of the history worldwide, but I know a little bit of the history UK-wise. The birth of it was really around the home counties in 2004, when a few gentlemen realised that they were no longer going to be able to play 50s cricket and started thinking whether they could play a more senior version. And from those very modest beginnings, it has grown and grown. So in 2004, the counties of Sussex and Essex and Kent and Surrey got together and had a little championship. And as the 60s has grown and grown and grown and developed and attracted more and more players, so inevitably a 70s competition grew out of that. And the 70s competition started in 2010. So that's been going now for 14 years. And we've got as far as having 25 counties playing 70s first division, and we've got 5 counties currently playing 70s second division. So 70s cricket is booming and growing, and of course the base underneath it, 60s, it is equally growing as well.
Dare one ask if there's going to be 80s cricket as well? I mean, that's a serious question.
I would imagine it's very likely. We came across a press release not so long ago when we discovered that hockey had introduced an 80s league, and somebody tweeted, well, they got there before us, but it won't be long before we join them. So yeah, I guess it will be.
Well, you've described their sort of county basis to seniors cricket. I mean, I wonder how many individual cricket clubs do seniors cricket?
I don't think there's a club seniors network. I think the seniors network exists solely as a county organisation, and of course international organisation. No, I don't believe there's anything club-wise. A lot of seniors still play club cricket at weekends, obviously, but I don't think a club in itself would have enough seniors to warrant a club competition.
Yeah. So funding for this, do you get any central funding from the ECB or anywhere else?
You've touched upon a frustrating, possibly sore point there. We have tried. We've been kept at arm's length, really, by the ECB. The ECB run the 50s competition and are fully involved in the 50s cricket. But once it gets to 60s and 70s, the connection ends there. So it's a little bit frustrating that we aren't closer to the ECB. We're not more aligned. And it's a shame, really, because we've got a lot to offer, and I think there ought to be closer connections, but currently no. And in terms of funding, we are pretty much self-funding, but although we are extremely grateful, we've got 2 principal sponsors who don't wish their names to be associated with the championship, but we have a clothing and a ball sponsor who has ploughed an awful lot of money into the championship over the last couple of years. That is Stonehill Clothing, and if you watch the recent T20 World Cup in America and the Caribbean, Stonehill clothed the American side, and they currently clothe our 60s and 70s international sides and several county sides as well. And we've also got a link with Sporter Travel, who provide attractive travel arrangements for when the international sides go abroad.
So when you say self-funding, that means that individual players pay to play and transport themselves and all the rest.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So we've got to talk about the benefits of playing cricket into your senior years. It's not just a matter of keeping fit, although that's important.
No. I think if you're a sportsman that plays at a fairly decent standard, you're never going to lose that competitive edge. So whilst the body is able, then you're going to want to play and compete. And I think that's what drives a lot of people onwards. Certainly in Hampshire, what is attractive to me and many others is that we went away from cricket for a time and then came back to it. And when we came back to it, we found that we came back with other people that we knew when we were 30, 40 years younger. So the social side, the camaraderie, the togetherness is an important issue as well. And we build up bonds with other counties as well, where we play people on a regular basis, in a year in, year out basis. We've got relationships across the country now, which we cherish.
So I wonder if perhaps with advancing years that it's easier to marry the competitiveness, which you've talked about there, with the camaraderie, where there's a particular sort of spirit about the competition.
it's difficult to say whether one trumps the other. I think that the desire to win and do well is with us all the time. And whilst we play for pleasure and we enjoy it and we relish the company, I think most of us, if push came to shove, would admit that we really do like winning.
And we're on the cusp of the World Cup, and everybody's going to want to win that. Absolutely the case.
Yeah.
But I just pick up something you said there. It sounds as if there are plenty of people who play seniors cricket who are coming back to cricket after a gap.
Yeah, absolutely. Myself included. I mean, not all of us could take time off from work. So if work didn't allow you to take time off during the week, 50s cricket is played in the week and occasionally at weekends. So that was out of the question for me. And it was only a strange meeting again at a funeral. And somebody said, well, have you ever thought about coming back to cricket? We have cricket nets, and come along in the winter and try it. And I realised that I could still play. And I think a lot of people think that maybe once they stop, they'll never get it back, but surprise themselves and come back and rediscover what they loved about the game all those years ago.
The benefits for mental health, we should point that out.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We're very mindful of that. We think long and hard about supporting people who do have difficulties and issues, and we have to take into account the strains that playing cricket and travelling the distances we do has on people. But I think generally the benefits outweigh those difficulties and problems.
So here we are, as I say, we're on the threshold of this World Cup. I mean, what can an event like this do for the profile of seniors cricket and draw people into it? In the UK, we're talking about.
Yeah, well, one of the things that we're particularly proud of in the last couple of years is the developing social media aspect and the advancing publicity that we've been able to engender. And I think something like this, with its profile on all the socials and in the printed media, is going to help sell the product, as it were, and encourage more people to come back. Because although it's booming, it's not entirely the same across the whole country. There are pockets of the country where seniors cricket hasn't really taken off and isn't quite the boom as it is in some parts of the country. I'd say in the southeast it's particularly well developed, but generally as you perhaps go north, then it's a little bit patchier and thinner. And even in my own county of Hampshire, we struggle sometimes with numbers. So anything that's going to increase the profile and take it out there to the public is going to help recruitment.
Well, Jeff, all the best for your next 10 years before you start playing 80s cricket. I'm sure it'll be a thing by the time you get there. And thanks very much for your time now. Very, very grateful.
No, pleasure. And good luck with the commentary.
So that was Jeff Beale, seniors cricketer himself, a man who batters hundreds for Hampshire senior sides, over 60s I think, and he's the chairman of the 60s, 70s National County Cricket Championship. What a mouthful that is, but giving us insights into the seniors game in the UK. And of course the seniors game is thriving around the world. It's a relatively recent phenomenon for veterans cricket to be organised in the way that it is at local, national and international level, as I will be explaining a bit later on. Something new about veterans cricket as such. It goes back through the centuries. But what we're talking about now is very much a movement a widespread movement with very regular games, and of course that international dimension to match the local and national ones. So it's really exciting. It is extraordinary how an idea just catches hold. All these people of advancing years suddenly finding that they can go back out and play cricket again. And I have to say, as somebody of advancing years myself, without exaggerating, it's certainly making me think about whether or not I shouldn't be playing cricket again after many years. So the luncheon interval continues here. There seems to be no great rush for it to end. If you have just joined us, Sri Lanka batted first. They reached 175 for 7 of their 45 overs. They never really got going. It wasn't about bowling that was at all quick. It was a succession of bowlers who just essentially bowled at a fairly sedate pace, tossing the ball up and inviting the batsman to dare. I would say the same as I said yesterday down at Marlow Cricket Club in a game between Canada and New Zealand. There was a distinct reluctance then, as this morning, or should I say this afternoon, for batsmen to use their feet and get out to disrupt the slow bowlers' length and rhythm. Batsmen basically rooted to the crease. But there you are. So you may be able to just hear the sound of the wind in the trees here at High Wycombe Cricket Club. We're about 30 miles from the centre of London. And every now and again, as I look across the pitch, I can see in the distance, well, near distance, trains on their way to London. Get a train into London, but it'll get you there in anything from 25 minutes to 55 minutes. That's if they're running on time. And trains leave here for Oxford and beyond in one direction up to Birmingham. And the London station that they feed into is Marylebone, a station that, 30, 40 years ago was threatened with closure, and it had a second lease of life. It's now one of the most distinctive stations in London, not least because it's actually quite intimate. Just a few lines leave Marylebone. Still got some period features, so is occasionally used as a movie set. And that short journey out from London will bring you into the Chilterns and all sorts of opportunities to enjoy the scenery out here, which is absolutely gorgeous. You meet lots of Londoners who just don't know what wonderful scenery could await them out here. Lots of villages with nice pubs and cricket grounds. Lots of up and down. Chilterns rise to about 600 feet in old money. So you probably heard in the background the sound of the pavilion bell. And our umpires, Keith Boyle and John Holland, have made their way out, both of them stationed in the UK, but we've also had umpires from the United States, from Australia and New Zealand officiating in this tournament. I don't know who's lined up for Sunday's final at Wormsley. And here come the Welsh batters leading out the Sri Lankan side. .176 the target for Wales. Facing the first ball for Wales is Alistair Lawson, and his partner at the crease is Gwyn Price. We saw defending the boundary close to us here very efficiently. Swift across the ground, sure with stopping the ball with his hands, and sharp thrower. And opening the bowling for Sri Lanka, John Premachandran, who scored bat very positively earlier on, made 17. But Alistair Lawson is to face the first ball. And away we go, 176 the target to win. Good positive running straight away. One on the scoreboard off the first ball. If you missed what I said a bit earlier, both England and Australia have scored well in excess of 300 in their games. Australia against India, England against Canada in that must-win game for both sides. They're the only two teams with a chance of playing in the final. England hitting 371, with Duncan Elder scoring 150, then retiring. So England will feel that very much the first part of the job done. Another one of those grey double-decker buses goes past. I don't like a grey double-decker bus. It's just not right. It's not. It's not just not a bus colour. Just not a bus colour. Well, John Premachandran pushing the ball through. We saw any number of deliveries tossed up, given lots of air. That's a good shot from. That's, I think, is going to make it just to the boundary. It does, just hits the boundary. 4 signalled by Keith Boylan. Well-timed push, Alistair Lawson there. Born in Liverpool, in England, of course, of Scottish parents. And so, logically, as you would think, he's playing for Wales. Well, you know, stranger things have happened. And indeed, he's played for Wales senior sides for the last 11 years. Loves opening the batting. First played club cricket in Billericay in Essex, but in more recent times has played for several clubs in Wales, including Porthcawl and Cowbridge. That's Alistair Lawson, batting number 1 today. His partner Gwyn Price is going to face now in the second over. And Gwyn Price will face the Sri Lankan captain, Cuthbert Berenger. That's a good stop. So 2 overs gone. Positive start from Wales. An aggressive intent shown by both batsmen. Gwyn Price on 6, Alistair Lawson on 5. The asking rate around about 4 and over at the start of the innings. So up with that. I'm happy to report that the range of cakes available over lunch is quite remarkable. I've hoovered my way through. Oh, what happened there? Was that an edge? That's going to race away. Will that go all the way for 4? Let's see if it's signalled. No. That took the edge. Shot through. This is the quickest bowling we've seen today, and the wicketkeeper standing up. Perhaps brave to stand up to John Premachandran. So the fielder now will stay at what we always would call at school long stop. Don't see that as a field position very often. So my third type of cake. I think I might have started eating them in the wrong order. Still very tasty. I'm not quite sure what the flavour is. Speared through again, but this is very positive running. Both of these two batters sprightly, capable of taking quick singles. So 16 on the board already. 176 is the winning target required. Good sharp fielding round the corner there.
That is a fantastic scoreboard, isn't it? That's better than most counties, I reckon. Sorry?
We're in the third over. Nice deflection. Will they come back? No, they will trot through. And we're in shadow for the first time in absolutely ages, as yet another red kite swoops across the sky and is just going to, at least visually, cross the path of the latest plane flying out over Heathrow. And that's going to go for 4. Gwyn Price, all-action cricketer, energy about him, energy. Currently running at 7 and over when just 4 are required. Cuthbert Berringer carrying on. He has a slip. A sort of deep gully or backward point, a short cover, man on the boundary at deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and short fine leg. And also a man short, did I say mid-wicket? Yes, there's somebody hiding there. Did I say mid-wicket? So if you are so moved, you could send us an email at openthebowling@gmail.com. Dozens and dozens and dozens of people have done so in the previous games. We're a bit short today, but if you've got any comments about this game or can tell us something about veterans cricket in your part of the world, we'd love to hear from you on openthebowling@gmail.com. Comment on this game, about the way you think it will go. So a maiden over, first of the innings. Had 6 or 7 in the Sri Lankan innings. John Primachandran to continue from the railway station end. That's good running. Gwyn Price always looking for 2 there. And there is certainly an urgency about the Welsh batting right from the start. Of course, they had a nightmare yesterday, all out for 59 against England, who piled on the runs today against Canada. So Friday afternoon in High Wycombe. In bright sunshine with the prospect of decent weather this weekend. People taking early leave of work, heading for home, if they're not working from home already. And we do indeed have the prospect of really good weather for the final of this tournament on Sunday at Wormsley. At this moment, it looks as if England may well be joining Australia in the final. Let's not prejudge the issue, but England topping 370 in their 45 overs against Canada. It's only one of those 2 teams that can contest the final with Australia. Australia, who have absolutely made the running in this tournament, won all their games so far, the only team to win all of their games. And you would certainly bet on them winning again against India today. Our commiserations to India. I'm sure they've enjoyed the tournament, but they have yet to do anything other than suffer defeat. Oh, that's a bit of a wild throw. And yes, they come back. Gwyn Price is absolutely alive to every situation. And I'm told he scored 1,000 runs last season. The top run scorer in Wales in his age group in seniors cricket, the top run scorer in seniors cricket in Wales. I better say a bit more about him. I praised him while he was fielding. Started playing cricket in his late 20s only. Just yesterday. And he had been suffering from a very serious ankle injury that had kept him out of sport for around 10 years. But he then joined Brecon Cricket Club, for whom he's played for 40 years. And he's been playing for Wales senior sides for the last 12 years. Didn't actually see him bowl, but he does bowl. And we had the sound of a red kite a moment ago. It sounds like somebody being piped aboard a ship. Red kite circling above the cricket grounds of Buckinghamshire. It's a well improvised shot, and that will be at least 2. Sprint to almost the boundary. No, they're not going to come back for more than that. This is Cuthbert Beringer's 3rd over. We're in the middle of the 5th over. 30 without loss. 146 still to win. Current run rate 5.6. And it only needs to be around 4. This is the first ever 70s World Cup competition. 7 sides contesting it, and a seagull sound you can probably hear now. What's a seagull doing this far inland? There has to be a reason for it. It's probably egg sandwiches. I know seagulls like egg sandwiches. Now, what was I saying? Yes, 7 teams contesting their competition. England, Sri Lanka, New Zealand, India, Australia, Wales and Canada. Yes, an odd number, which makes life a little bit difficult. So there have been 7 rounds to the competition today, the last of the 7, and the top 2 sides going through to Wormsley's final on Sunday. It's going to be a wonderful day. Don't mind who you would normally support. You just want to be there at one of the most beautiful cricket grounds in the world. Well, you can be there live, of course. You can get in, quite sure. That's again that push through mid-on. They settle for, no, they can't. Whoa, they're coming back for 2, I was going to say, but they decide against it. End of the over. 32 without loss after 6. If you are interested in coming to Wormsley on Sunday, well, it's very close to junction 5 of the M40 at Stokenchurch. If you're heading towards London, you come off at junction 5 and turn right, heading for Ibstone, and you just leave Stokenchurch and you'll see the gates on the right. Likewise, if you're coming from London, you turn left at the top of the slipway. Wide signal by Keith Boyle, and then you go that about 400 meters until you are just about to go through the speed limit signs, and there's the gateway on the right. I'm not sure what the arrangements are for members of the public attending. That was a terrific direct hit on the stumps. Batsman safely home. I'm not sure exactly what the arrangements are for getting in, but the simplest thing to do is go to the Wormsley cricket website. If you just Google Wormsley cricket, you will find the very well designed website, got all the fixtures on there. If you do have to pay to get in, and I'm not sure that you do, it won't be very much at all. That's a well directed shot, and I would imagine that's 4 down to the cricket nets down there, or is it? Alastair Lawson's coming back. Will he come back for the 4th? We saw an all-run 4 yesterday evening in the game between Canada and New Zealand in the final over. New Zealand wanting 14 to win off the last over, and there was an all-run 4. That game ending in a tie. How many more times do I have to mention it? A car drives onto the playing surface, trying to find a parking space here, but parking space there is none. You drive down third of a mile, quarter of a mile through the Wormsley estate, owned by the Getty family, bought by Sir Paul Getty. In the 1980s. You drive through the estate, keeping to the 20-mile-per-hour limit, until eventually you reach, first of all, the Opera Pavilion on the right, Garsington Opera's Pavilion, and then the cricket ground on the left. If you've never been there, you will gasp at how beautiful it is. That's going to race away. I suspect that is going to make it to the boundary. We'll see whether or not that's actually runs. It's given as runs. So was that a deliberate leg glance? I don't know. 2 very accomplished batsmen. Also a couple of very fit batsmen who certainly don't look like the stereotype of over 70s cricket. But look, that's prejudice in itself, me even thinking of saying that. We've seen some incredibly lithe cricketers in the last week, some wonderful fielding, athletic fielding, people hurling themselves on the ground. But I have to say, Alastair and Gwyn look in pretty good nick for people who are playing 70s cricket. John Premachandran again. 7 overs gone, 41 without loss. So that's 130 odd to win. Can't see the detail on the score. 176 is the winning total, so 135 required. Cuthbert Berringer to continue. And the sound of pigeons to my right. Another white butterfly. Has the audacity to trip over the boundary rope. Gwyn Price to face the Sri Lankan skipper. 41 without loss in 7 overs. Gwyn Price on 26, Alistair Lawson on 14. Good start, but of course, we've seen so many games in this competition swing backwards and forwards. That's a good shot. The ball played on the up very confidently. That was by no means a normal driving length, but Gwyn Price hitting through the line. Sweet sound off the bat, no wonder. He scored 1,000 runs in seniors cricket last year in Wales, the top scorer in Wales. Alistair Lawson's been the more watchful of the two opening batsmen, looking pretty solid. John Holland signals the end of the 8th over, 46 without loss. So still John Premachandran bowling to Alistair Lawson. So it took Sri Lanka a fair while to reach 50. I'm not sure exactly how many overs that was, but It wasn't as fast as this. We're only in the 9th over, and the score 48 without loss. A white car joins the others, braving it, parking on the edge of the boundary. So far, though, neither of these batsmen choosing the aerial route. Another, I expect, ambulance sounds on the road outside. He likes that shot. It's sort of not a glance, it's not a sweep. Yes, it is indeed another ambulance. More blue lights flashing. Quite an exciting road, the London Road. There's always something happening. And if all else fails, there'll be another grey bus passing along. Another 4. Gwyn Price. Well, I'm joined by the Welsh team manager, Dan Griffiths, who must be delighted with the way things are going, sir.
Oh, we certainly are, yeah. We set a target really of trying to get under 180, which we have, and yeah, this is a great start.
And tell us a little bit about, okay, both of these batsmen clearly accomplished, but it's Gwyn Price that's making the pace. He's gone on to 36. Tell us a little bit about him. He's quite a character cricket-wise.
Yeah, he's from Brecon. He plays for Brecon. Been playing for quite a few years now in vets cricket. Quite a few jokes, which I don't remember, but yeah, quite a character in the changing room.
That's what you need in every changing room. And of course, he fielded, really caught the eye fielding. He's one of the sprightliest fielders I think I've seen in the competition so far. Batting to come, bat all the way down. It was a difficult day yesterday, though. Do you bat all the way down?
Yeah, we'll bat to 7 or 8. But we won't need that today, I doubt it, with a bit of luck.
Let's not go over what happened yesterday. It was not a great day for you. But look, you've enjoyed this tournament. I mean, just taking part has been something special.
Yeah, the boys have certainly enjoyed it. I think we've got better and better, especially in the second week. We weren't really together in the first week. People were going home and coming back in. But we're now in the same hotel, 80% of us, and we really gelled together basically as a club. And the boys are really enjoying their cricket, and that shows on the pitch.
So even at the more advanced age these cricketers are, there's still a sense of growing into the game, you know, and developing both as individuals and as a team.
Yes, it is, yeah, because I think previous to the World Cup, we'd only played England and Australia, and to be quite honest, we don't get near them when we're on that pitch. But you know, it's been great to get our first win at international level and show people we can actually play the game. So these guys are really proud.
So how is cricket, seniors cricket, actually organised in Wales then, Dan? Is it far-reaching? Is it multi-levelled or what?
Well, it's far-reaching. We can take players in from all over Wales. There's a league system all over Wales, different leagues, obviously South Wales, North Wales, Mid Wales. And we play in the English league system.
So how many games a week might a player play then?
1, the vets cricket, and then if he plays for his club, so he play another game.
And this is the difference I've been mentioning to our viewers and listeners, that you know, veterans cricket in itself is nothing new. That goes back, you know, through the centuries. It's the way it's now organised that's made the difference.
Yeah, it's made a difference. And I think these World Cups have made a massive difference as well, because all of a sudden people can realise not only play veterans cricket, people from their own age group, which makes a real difference. And then the World Cup's coming around and gives them a chance to play international cricket.
And what you want, of course, is press coverage. You know, that to spread the message. And have you had good coverage from the press in Wales?
No, I don't think so. This one came, the 70s group anyway, came around pretty quickly. So we've missed out on that. But hopefully, you know, by showing people of Wales we can actually play cricket at this level, and we win in international games, hopefully we get a bit more press. We'll certainly be a lot better next time around, I think.
Dan, I absolutely love your website because it lays out the benefits of playing seniors cricket so well.
And I wonder if you could sort of take me through the benefits to people's mental health, never mind the physical side of things, but that, you know, you talk up that on the website. So that's Alistair Lawson goes for 19, I think it is, with the score on 56. So the benefits that's, for mental health, Dan.
Yeah, the benefit outweighs even when you come out and play. You're meeting people your own age. You coming out, you can spend some time talking, have a pint, do some training if they want to do some training, and play the game. And and that's a very feel-good factor. Even though, if you win or lose or draw, really, being out there with people of your own age.
So, okay, you're managing this side, but of course you've played a lot of cricket. You are still playing seniors cricket, are you?
I am playing seniors cricket, yeah, with the 60s group. So I'm with them, so we're in the latter part of the season. Hoping to be in the side next week. We play in Surrey next week, and then the week after is Lancashire away, and then Oxfordshire at home. So that's the 62nd time team.
So the manager's job, I mean, every team who's playing in this competition has a manager. I mean, what does that actually involve?
Well, what I'm doing, I'm making sure that Robin can concentrate on the guys on the field and just concentrate on playing. So all the admin stuff and making sure people have got what they want, I just make sure that's done. All the paperwork that's needed for every game, I do it for him. He obviously picks the team, but then I put it all down on paper and push that out into social media.
So you could head off back to Wales this evening, but you're not going to, I'm quite sure, because Wormsley is such an attraction even if you're not playing. Have you been to Wormsley previously?
A few years ago. Been up there, yeah, so it's going to be a really special place to play cricket.
So I've been talking it up endlessly on my commentaries, but from your point of view, you've been there, what's special about Wormsley?
Oh, it's just the way it's set out. It's going to be a perfect wicket to play cricket on, I'm sure. They'll really look after it. It's like a bowl as well, so when you're in there and you're playing cricket, when you play your shots, it's just a marvellous place to play.
And will all the players the Welsh players be coming along, do you think?
80% of them, I think about 4 of them will go home, but everybody else will stay.
And they have all paid to play in this tournament, is that right?
Yeah, correct, yeah. Everybody's paid the price of taking part in the World Cup. We've had some sponsorship, but having been involved in the 60s World Cup, you really do need much more sponsorship, really, to keep it going.
Well, we're at the beginning of something, and of course this competition will be proving something about the value of this cricket. We are all absolutely delighted to see women's cricket coming through in recent years and getting a real profile. But in its own way, it is as important as women's cricket, seniors cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it gets people out, just like you said, and feel-good factor. I think what we're finding out is because there is so much senior cricket going on, is finding pitches to play on. All of a sudden, people's coming out. It starts off with one team, then you got more people turning up. We get a second team, but it's we're indebted to clubs for allowing us to play on pitches.
And of course, talking of women's cricket, what we want to see is the gradual development of women's seniors cricket. I know it's at very much sort of beginning stages now, but you would anticipate there will be a movement there.
Well, it would be great to see women coming out and playing seniors cricket. I think it's definitely a place for them.
Well, Dan Griffiths, thank you so much for that. We've managed to lose Wales a wicket between us by sitting here talking about the team, but we wish you well for the rest of the day, and we look forward to the next World Cup cricket competition with a rejuvenated Welsh side, having learned from the experience of this one, doing well in the next one. Let's hope it's not too far ahead.
No, we'll definitely take lessons back from this. We definitely learn from it. I was involved in the 60s once, so we learned from that. And like I said, we can only get better. We're definitely there on the top table of cricket, vets cricket.
Great stuff. Well, thank you, Dan Griffiths, very, very much indeed. Let's have a little bit of concentration on the game now. So a bit of a holding it back. The new batsman is Ryland Wallace, who is the Welsh wicketkeeper. He was in India with the Welsh over 60s side a few months ago. Very accomplished keeper. And he is a real glutton for punishment. He's playing in the over 75 Football World Cup in Cardiff at the end of this month. I mean, come on. Ryland Wallace. It's a bit of a hit. Gwyn Price moves into the 40s. Gets that little bit of video over on the screen. So as Dan Griffiths said, the game has gone according to plan as far as Wales are concerned. So far, keep Sri Lanka down to under 180, which is 4 and over. And they're setting about getting those runs in a very positive fashion. 41 to Gwyn Price. Score 63 for 1, just for the loss of Alistair Lawson. Just 113 needed from a little bit over 33 overs. Just the one run there. Well, great to hear from Dan Griffiths there. Very optimistic about the future of seniors cricket, and I would encourage you again to go and have a look at the Welsh Seniors website. Beautifully designed, and it lays out the whole business of the benefits of seniors cricket in a very impressive fashion. The end of the skipper's latest over. His 6th from the Tesco's supermarket end. We have a change of bowling. From the railway station end. And the new bowler from the railway station end, Neville Satashanan Alexander. Ryland Wallace to face. And a nice collection of local school children in their summer holidays over in the nets. Some of them have been there for some time. Some really good bowling actions there. That'll be 2, I would imagine. Gwyn Price says, come on. Kind of a relay getting the ball back to the keeper.
Pardon? He said, I'm surrounded by women who both mother me and I said, yeah, but you like it really. I said, I'm just on top of the women, mate. You've got to pay the price. Pretty simple.
So at the end of the 13th, 69 for 1. 107 to win this game.
Having said that, I suspect the scoring rate's not fantastically high at the moment. Is it 4-14 or something? 4-11.
That's a cute shot. That will run away. I think it will. 4 more to Gwyn Price, taking him on to 47. And that's Gwyn Price's 50. And he gets snatch of VT on the screen over there. Second 50 of the day in this game. .51 off 37 balls. 8 fours. All the stats on the screen there. Nice to see them. It's a good take by the keeper. Just the one there. Bowled in from the boundary. Keeper swiftly out. Keeper, I think, is Sabaratnam Turakumar. And there'll be a drinks break at the end of this over. The wherewithal being assembled on the boundary at the moment. Shadows just beginning to lengthen here on the boundary. The line of trees behind us. Should have been a good blocker to the sun today. Wide signalled. Neville Alexander bowling that wide. Gwyn Price still facing 52 of 40 deliveries. And puts that away. 4 more to him. More fancy graphics on the screen over there. Wales will, of course, to state the obvious, want Gwyn to stick around as long as possible. 83 for 1 now. So 93 required. Almost halfway there in the middle of the 15th over. Gwyn Price checking on the field. Got a man on the boundary at mid-wicket. And also at backward square leg. Otherwise, no deep field. And that is one of the shots of the day. I'm not sure it's going to go. It's not going to go. Gwyn Price turns for 3. Might just have been 4 there if they'd gone for it from the start, but that was a classical shot from Gwyn Price off the back foot. Ryland Wallace to face, he's just on 4 of 12 balls. And that's a decent shot down here. Is that going to run? I think it just will run. It goes over the rope now. So now under 90 required. Wales halfway there at this rate of progress. Well, game might be over by 5:45, but you never know what's going to happen. We've seen, as is the case with all forms of cricket, the situation can change very easily. That ball keeping just a wee bit low, but it was being heaved to leg. That was the intention when it actually pitched outside off stump by the look of things. A little bit uppish. Will they come back for 2? No, they won't. And 1 ball left in the over. Well, that one kept a little bit low. But one thing you notice about Gwyn Price is just how much he watches the ball onto the bat. So here is the drinks break, the first drinks break. Yes, as a young batter who's just started playing first-class cricket in this country, whose origins are in West Indies, and he's doing very well. I wish I could remember his name, but I do remember a newspaper article about him, and he was saying how the great Gary Sobers has been a mentor and an advisor to him. And Sir Gary Sobers' central piece of advice to him as a batsman: watch the ball. As simple as that. Watch the ball. You think the implications of that for a batsman? Watch the ball from the hand. Don't be distracted by anything other than the flight of that ball, its flight and its length. And you get the impression that Gwyn Price is a batsman cast of that mould. So we are in High Wycombe. I don't think there's a Low Wycombe. And indeed, High Wycombe is situated both in highs and lows. As I said, it's a very dramatic setting with 2 steep sided hills on either side going down to the bottom of the valley where we are now. And history of this area goes all the way back to Roman times. There was a Roman villa in this area in the early years of the Christian era. And the name Wycombe seems to come from the fact that the River Wye runs across this site. Wycombe, Combe being a wooded valley. When William the Conqueror took over this country, he very swiftly set about doing an inventory of the whole country. For tax purposes, if I remember correctly. And the Doomsday Book, which was the result of that inventory, carries the detail that there were 6 mills already in this area by then. We fast forward very swiftly to 1841. The population of Wycombe by then was still only 3,184. Population now is around about 80,000. The paper industry, the paper making industry was very strong here at one time in the 17th and 18th centuries, but as anybody who lives in this area knows, this was a famous furniture making area. There still are 1 or 2 companies churning out furniture around here. Furniture factories, but people also making furniture at home. In 1875, it was estimated that 4,700 chairs were being made a day in High Wycombe. And indeed, the industry spread out to villages in the area. And the village where I live, Freeth, 5 or 6 miles away, specialised in church furniture. The factory no longer there. There's another Ambulance going past from right to left, which is a rarity today. As I said, we are very close to Wycombe Hospital. So decent shot, goes all the way. Some yelling there. Who was doing the yelling? Yells of anguish from the bowler, fielder. Meanwhile, John Holland gets on with the job of signalling the 4. Gwyn Price goes on. He's on 64 now, or 45, 96 for 1. 80 required. Cuthbert Berringer continuing. So various famous individuals have taken up residence in High Wycombe at one time or another. Well contrived shot there from Ryland Wallace. Jean Shrimpton, the supermodel. Geoffrey de Havilland, who created the once world famous de Havilland Aircraft Company. There's a road named after him up the hill. Benjamin Disraeli, the famous politician. House where he lived just up the road, Hewenden Manor, just on the outskirts of High Wycombe, can be visited. Again, that shot from Gwyn Price, just played with the eyes, watching the ball all the time. That enabled him to make that deflection very precisely. And the famous sculptor, Eric Gill, was a High Wycombe resident at one time or another. Four more. Was a no ball, so this is a free hit. So Gwyn Price missing out on that free hit. End of the over. I think I signalled a 4 when there wasn't one a moment or two ago. Brain gets scrambled. 66 to Gwyn Price, 11 to Ryland Wallace. And I like this about High Wycombe. They've had a ceremony every year since 1678, which involves the weighing of the town mayor. At the beginning and end of each year of service, the mayor is weighed in full view of the public to see whether or not he or she has gained weight, presumably at the taxpayer's expense. And the custom, which has survived to the present day, enjoys the same weighing apparatus used since the 19th century. When the result is known, the town crier announces, "And no more," if the mayor has not gained weight, and some more if they have. Their actual weight is not declared. That's all I've got on High Wycombe. Don't think I'll talk about Wycombe Wanderers Football Club. Wide signal by Keith Boyle. Still only a quarter to 5. 74 needed to win. Down to the nets. Rylan Wallace not bothering to stir out of his crease. That takes him on to 15. And the partnership has reached 50 in no time at all. And Wales deciding there's no way they want to hang around. 15 of 19 balls, I think. Slightly difficult to make it out. This is Neville Alexander continuing. Rylan Wallace adjusting his shot just for a moment. I thought he was going to be trying something flamboyant out on the leg side, but adjusted the shot. Now, was that off the bat? That'll be at least 2. Will it go for 4? Don't think it is going to go for 4. No, it doesn't. What will the umpire decide? No, runs. Counts as a little tickle. So let me reiterate over and again to those of you listening, whether live or on the recording, which will be available soon after this game ends. Wormsley final on Sunday, looking like it's going to be between Australia and England, but let me not prejudge that issue. The thing to remember is the game starts at 11, not 12. The game starts at 11 AM UK time, so don't miss out on that. The latest scores in that Canada-England game. Canada are 66 for 2 from 15 overs, chasing 372 to win. So that's a real tall order. They've not even got it below 300 so far. And India, you've got a feel for them. Again, they're having a torrid time. 35-4 off 11 overs, facing an Australian total well in excess of 300. Thank you, Edward, for that. Edward is our investigative reporter here at High Wycombe. Gets online, searches for stuff. $109 for 1. 67 required. Again, that adjusted shot. Good call from Gwyn Price. Well, we didn't see Gwyn Price bowl, but everything else he's done has been mighty impressive. He patrolled the boundary to the right of where I'm sitting earlier on, and very sure-footed. Clean pickups, lightning throws. That goes right the way through him. Tricky length. In the air, but safe. There'll be at least a couple in that. Gwyn Price a little slow getting to the other end. Bowls the ball in, relaying the throw. Is quite a big playing surface here, especially down into that corner to the right of the pavilion as we face it, where the gazebos are. 112 for one. Win price on to 68. And that's going to go across the boundary. The fielder not quite aware of exactly where the ball was going. 4 more, 116, which means 60 required. And the shouts ring out among the fielders, trying to G themselves up. So we have an email from Nadira Nagir. Sorry if I've been a bit slow getting to it. And good morning from sunny Canada. It's now 11:18. Could you kindly adjust the cameras so we can see the squad batting? Please and thank you. Not quite sure exactly what that means, but our engineer Steve will have heard that. I don't know if that suggests anything to you. We have a change of bowling at this end, do we? So we have Ananda Sirisena bowling from the railway station end, bowling in a sweater. It's just getting a little bit cool. I'm quite glad of the sweater I've got on. We saw him bat earlier on. He's played mercantile cricket in Sri Lanka. That's with a capital M and a capital C. But he's principally played UK League cricket for 34 years. Part-time off-spinner. And he's got a job on his hands here. Sorry, in fact, the bowler is Sunil Fernando. I misheard what the umpire was saying on the walkie-talkie. Sunil Fernando, whom we didn't see bat earlier, my apologies. Played in the past for Holy Cross College at Kalutara in Sri Lanka, and for SSC in the Daily News League, but he's currently playing his cricket largely for Letchworth Cricket Club, Henlow Blues Cricket Club and Hertfordshire Seniors in this country. And I would say he's wearing a proper cricket sweater. I am not a fan of the modern cricket sweater that you see county players, largely speaking, play in. They don't, to me, look like sweaters at all. Good running. And Sunil Fernando shouts an instruction to the field. Come on, be walking in, he says. Should be a standard thing with fielders. Make sure you walk in with intent as the ball is being bowled. Close up the space, be ready to spring. 117 for one. .59 required, with 9 wickets left and plenty of overs to spare. The buses keep on passing. It's hypnotic. There is a That's well placed between those fielders. 4 more to Gwyn Price, takes him on to 76. There is a pretty large bus station here. You can get buses all over the place. Near destinations, far destinations. So High Wycombe, a bit of a hub. One destination is the city of Oxford, which is about 25 miles away. Much of the year full of students, as you'd expect, and in August full of tourists. These days a lot of the colleges make over their accommodation for the use of tourists or for conferences. Time of year for conferences. And I bet you Oxford looks a real picture today in the sun. Most places look all the better in the sun. The wind is getting up, I have to say. It's getting a little bit parky, to use that expression. That's a wide ball, bowled by Sunil Fernando, signalled by Keith Boyle. We had an incident in the game between England and Australia at Beaconsfield on Tuesday, which I've never before seen on a cricket pitch. The square leg umpire realised that the standing umpire wasn't ready. And the bowler bowled for whatever reason and called dead ball. The Australian batsman wasn't particularly pleased as he just hit a 4. But that 4 was cancelled out. Australia still won pretty comfortably. There you are again. Gwyn Price has played shots all round the wicket and barely anything hit in the air, and I'm sure he's moved into the 80s now. We'll see that on the screen in just a moment. '81 off just 55 balls. And that's called as a no ball. As far as height is concerned, Gwyn Price not particularly impressed by that. Potentially rather dangerous ball. So no ball signalled. And I would guess that means a free hit, which is signalled by Keith Boyle very sedately. I like no speed about anything that Keith Boyle does. And again, second time, he can't make anything of a free hit. The batsman can play any shot he likes and he can't be out. Could be run out, of course. And that's the end of Sunil Fernando's first over, which contained at least one wide and that no ball. No ball for height rather than overstepping. Sunil Fernando puts his cap back on, talking to himself. 129 for 1 Wales. 47 only now required. This rate, I might just be home for tea. So, High Wycombe in amongst the Chiltern Hills, which stretch in a great arc round the western edge of London, or a little bit further out of London than that, but that's essentially, roughly speaking, how they appear. You get past the Chilterns, you're in different countryside altogether. A line of hills that goes all the way from, well, Henley on the River Thames, all the way up past Luton and Dunstable. A whole range of different looks to the landscape. A part of the world much loved by walkers and cyclists and film companies. Ryland Wallace with the call there. And the umpire, John Holland, decides that no shot was played. So that run scrubbed out. Gwyn Price goes back to the batting crease. Carries on. That ball just took off a little. Some we've seen keeping a little bit low. Well, he's a batter that looks as if he's enjoying himself. And Wormsley, Paul Getty ground, is situated right within those Chiltern Hills. Oh. Oh. It's very close to the M40, but you would just never guess it. You don't really hear the traffic at all. But it makes getting to Wormsley all the easier. Just a short ride from, very short ride from the M40. End of the over. Well, at the various games where I've commentated, I've been working my way through a whole range of press cuttings I've come across from archived newspapers which feature veterans cricket. As I said to Dan Griffith, there's nothing new about veterans cricket as such. Veterans cricket matches, usually single matches, but not always, single matches, very often played for charity. They go all the way back to the beginning of the 19th century at least. Sometimes they were betting matches played for a purse and people would bet on the outcome. But very often straightforwardly for charity. Veterans could be defined in all sorts of different ways. Could be as low as over 40s. But very often you see reference to players certainly in their 50s, but also in their 70s and 80s. Nice sound off the bat. Good stop. And I came across this cutting from the Yarmouth Independent of the 31st of August 1907. And there was a regular veterans cricket match played at Yarmouth on the east coast of England, right at the edge of East Anglia. And it involved a challenge laid down by the veterans of Yarmouth to the veterans of Galston. And somebody quoted in the paper said, "Oh, I don't think Galston could provide a veterans cricket team at all." So it became a bit of a grudge match. So Galston set out to try and prove that it had as many and as good veteran cricketers as Yarmouth. And there was a counterclaim that Yarmouth wouldn't accept the challenge if Galston did actually put up a team. And there is a interesting comment in this article about the proposed match. I don't know what actually happened. One of the things said about the Galston older folk was that they were, as it were, too decrepit. And the writer of this article says, Galston is certainly one of the places where men never seem to die or grow old. There's quite a host of vigorous youngsters verging on 70 years of age, and they may, in various branches of sport, be seen doing their duty right nobly. In bowling tournaments and quoit matches, the number of men seen playing who have reached what is so often styled the allotted span of 70 is legion. Why, I noted the other evening 4 bowlers on a certain green not 1,000 miles from the Tramway Hotel who had all passed the 70 mark. So the conclusion was that Galston were ready to battle with the Yarmouth veterans at cricket or any other noble game. But what actually happened, I don't know. I will go and have another search, and if you join me on Sunday for the final, I'll see if I can find the outcome of that match. The grudge match between the veterans of Yarmouth and Galston. But as I said, Yarmouth, one of the places where they had absolutely regular veterans games, maybe just 1 or 2 a year, but always raising money. One of the things that veterans teams did as they were raising money was to wear 18th century cricket costume with sort of tall hats and that sort of thing. That's a good shot. Good throw. We're in the 22nd over here at High Wycombe. Just about to start. Umpire Keith Boyle taking a circular route to his position in the field. He feels he needs the exercise. I don't know. 137 for 1. 24 to Ryland Wallace. Gwyn Price progressing serenely to 84. They're a bit tight on that run out. To be if they reach this total, it'd be a second win for Wales in the tournament out of their 7 games. Has won no result when it rained all day at Bishop Stortford. What's new about that, I say? The idea of rain in Bishop Stortford. No, look, some of my best friends live in Bishop Stortford. Well, And now they get the run. It's one of those moments you wish you had a video to look at again later. It could go viral. There's nothing like a batsman's muddle. In fact, that reminds me, I don't know if any of you have seen it, but there is, doing the rounds, a wonderful video of a schools cricket game where the fielding side, and there must be about 9 or 10 these boys, the fielding side so completely mess up the simplest of runouts that even after about 15 seconds of batsmen being hopelessly mixed up and both at the same end, eventually the batsmen make it to safety. It is the funniest thing if you can find it. What would you Google? Schoolboys run out fiasco, something like that. It is so funny. And I'm not making fun of the boys, but look, it is really, really funny. So find that video. Just 67 balls for this 84 from Gwyn Price. My last cup of tea of the afternoon. That's the one. Gwyn Price moving on to 85. Still Sunil Fernando. .36 needed, 9 wickets. And half the overs still to go. Just the one. And no need to hurry, but Gwyn Price has showed the benefits of being positive right from the very first over. There was immediately, as the innings started, a sense of sensible urgency. There's been very little hitting of the ball in the air at all. been a feature of the batting. Controlled stroke play. Gwyn Price rocking back again. He's starting to look a little bit fatigued. He had a lot of running about to do in the field. These are long cricket days, and each of these sides has had to play 7 games in 12 days. And there were 6 games yesterday, 6 games today. No rest day between these last 2 rounds. No wide signal by Keith Boyle. One more. And it's one of the regrets of the day that the pizza outlet over there, part of the ground, is still not, or is it open? You know, I think it might be open. I think its price list may be outside. Well, I wonder if that's got anything to do with the food that will be served at the end of the game for the 2 teams. They have a standard sandwich and cake lunch, the teams, and then have something more substantial once the game is over. Time here still only 5:20, just 33 required for victory. So it looks as if this game will be over within half an hour. Sunil De Silva continuing. Amble, just the one there. Might have been 2 perhaps, but they need to rush this game well in hand as things stand at the moment. Gwyn Price will be eyeing a century. Select list of players who've scored centuries in the tournament, at least 4 Englishmen. Duncan Elder today scored 150 before retiring in the game against Canada. I'm hoping Edward maybe will have the latest score from England against Canada. Canada not making any dramatic progress in chasing England's score of 372. I seem to have woken Edward up. Bang! And it'll probably be just the one, but great sound off the bat. Gwyn Price just creeping up. The partnership is currently worth 89, so that's also 100 in the offing. Last ball of the 24th over. Defended by Ryland Wallace. who kept wicket earlier, very tidily. Batting without cap or helmet, not seen many batters in this tournament choosing that option. 145 for one, just 31 required. Another car makes its way around the boundary here, looking for somewhere to park, and yet again it's disappointment. Have to turn round and generally cross the boundary rope, as happened there. Sunil Fernando continues. Gwyn Price to face on 88 of 73 balls. Through the hands of the mid-wicket for four, just when I was saying that most of Gwyn Price's innings in particular has been very much stroke play along the ground. What happens then? He's into the 90s, and whether that was a drop catch or not, Gwyn Price still gets the flashy graphic on the screen over there. Good shot, 4. And the same fielder. Not sure that quite carried, difficult to say, I don't think it did. And Canada just past the halfway mark in their innings. They're 92 for 3, chasing 372 to beat England. India now 63 for 7 after 20, with Australia posting 315 for 5. Thank you, Edward. So it looks like England against Australia in an Ashes final. Kept a little bit low, not where Ryland Morris was intending. And they get through for 2 more to him. Wales now through the 150. Ryland Wallace looking a little bit mystified there. What happened? Well, that could so easily have been the end of Gwyn Price. If that throw had hit, he'd have been yards out. As it is, he survives on 93. 2 balls to go in this 25th over. And they amble through for 2. And the runs given to the batsman there, as if it might have been buys, but apparently not. 95 off to 77 balls, Gwyn Price. Just 21 required for victory. Just a sense of fatigue in these two batsmen now. It's been a long day. Sunil De Silva continuing. Another car is forced to turn round, having not found a parking space. Will this one go over the boundary again? Perhaps not. Wide signal by John Holland. Oh, they're not going over the boundary. Look at that. Oh. This is a 7 or 8 point turn just to make sure that they didn't go over the boundary. And they're all right. Well, that's a belligerent shot from Rylan Wallace. That's as an aggressive a shot as he's played all day. Sweetly timed. And he gets that graphic. Nice shot, it says on the screen. Well, we think so too. 34 to him on 45 balls. Twenty-sixth over. And given out, Rylan Wallace goes. Sunil De Silva strikes with the score on 160. The second wicket goes down. So 16 required to win. Rylan Wallace goes for 34 of 46 balls. And Sunil De Silva gets a graphic. We see a ball striking some stumps. The bails are left stranded in mid-air and the picture freezes. And there'll be applause, I'm sure, for Rylan Wallace. Not a lot, but there is some. Yes. Have to say we're situated about 100 meters from the pavilion, so we don't get the full atmosphere. This is John Cook, the number 4 batsman. Bet he thought he wouldn't get in, but he is in. Who got the first wicket in this innings? It was De Silva, so he's got 2. You probably heard me asking the question. Sunil De Silva now has 2 wickets from that Tesco supermarket end. No, not a run there. Sunil De Silva is wheeled away from that end as another ambulance heads from right to left. So the end of a successful over. Sunil De Silva getting towards the end of his spell. And Sunil De Silva at the end of his allotted span of 9 overs, 2 for 44, the only successful Sri Lankan bowler so far. Meanwhile, Sunil Fernando continues from the railway station end, adjusting his field. It's not over yet, 16 required. So Gwyn Price within 5 of a splendid 100. That gets him 4 of them. Takes him on to 99. I'll be singing in the valleys. If they ever get to hear of it. Well, I do hope we've got some watchers and listeners in Wales. I'm sure we have. One for a terrific 100. And there it is. A terrific 100 from Gwyn Price. Did the sensible thing. Similarly short ball. The previous ball, which he whacked for 4, that time discretion the better part of valour. And he simply opted for a tap round the corner to make sure there was no question he'd get his 100. It's been a terrific innings to watch in every way. Was dropped quite recently, at least once, same fielder, 2 balls running. I think the second one was a little bit tricky. I'm not sure that was really a catch, but the first one's certainly catchable. And this is John Cook facing his first ball from Sunil Fernando. "79 balls, 15 fours in that 100 from Gwyn Price. He leans on his bat. He can sleep soundly tonight. We should toast his health in Welsh whiskey. Yes, there is such a thing as Welsh whiskey. Of course there is. Two balls to go in this over. Another red kite swooping around. There are people that feed the red kites in their back gardens or backyards, and it is uncanny how they, in groups, red kites, they just know what time of day it is and they gather above a spot where they know food will be left out, where it's bacon rind or whatever. And occasionally when they fly off, they drop what it is they're carrying, which is why occasionally I find bits of cake and biscuit and sandwich on my front drive. I think Gwyn's saying, let's get them in singles, shall we? Get them in singles. Just 9 to win now. The time, just past 25 to 6 here At High Wycombe, another train heads northwestwards. Heading out across the Atlantic, perhaps? Is that a plane bound for the USA or Canada? Yet another ambulance. It's a noisy spot, this, one way or the other. End of the over. 27 gone. 9 to win, 8 wickets in hand. Well, mention of the red kites has prompted a story from one of the Welsh squad. It's a change of bowling at the Tesco supermarket end. Harry Solomons, thank you. Apparently, well, I said that the red kites were reintroduced into the wild in this part of the world. One more at least. No Gwyn Price is walking. They were reintroduced into this area and have spread out. In fact, in South Wales, they'd never gone away, but they'd gone down to very, very small numbers indeed. Not least because people, there's one floating above, not least because people would steal the eggs and nests, and the army was brought in to control the situation, setting up positions where flamed again and again. There is a question mark over, you know, which birds suffer if red kites move in, but that's always a situation in the wild. Trot through for another one. 7 required. Would Gwyn Price want to get home in the grand manner? Look at that, a beautifully delicate shot. Knew exactly what he was doing. Six to win. Well hit shot, but Sunil Fernando gets down, hurls it at the wicketkeeper, who collapses onto the ball. So, thank you for the pleasure of your company, wherever you've been watching and listening from. Ooh, that bounces 3 times. Called no ball, and I guess that'll be a free hit. It's been another great day at the cricket. We have the final to look forward to on Sunday, and you can access that from 11 o'clock. Game starts at 11 o'clock on Sunday UK time, but you can join us a little bit before then. Good stop. Special thanks here to High Wycombe Cricket Club for their hospitality. Congratulations to the managers of each side. To Chris Wadkin, who's masterminded this tournament, along with Chris Lowe and Murray Harrison. My particular thanks to our scorers in the box here, Judith and Vic. Help from Edward with up-to-date scores from the other two games. But as on previous days, my particular thanks to Steve Dello for all the technical support around the audio-visual stuff, with Fliss helping him in a multitude of ways. Indeed, Fliss is the one that's found us food and drink as the day's gone on. I've really just lazed about with a microphone under my nose. So thanks ever so much, Steve. It's much appreciated. You're going to deserve a rest next week. Will you have Sunday before that? One more. Well, they could get two there, I suppose, if this was desperate, but it's not desperate. Mustn't forget to thank the umpires, Keith Boyle and John Holland. And a proper aeroplane goes above us. With props, Booker Airfield is not so very far away from here. That's a good shot from John Cook. Finally, he gets one through the field to come back for two, which leaves Wales with just two to win. I'll try and give you the latest scores from the other two games before we go off air. See if I might be able to find somebody to interview about today's game. Gwyn Price, I'd like to hear from him. That's a terrific catch, one-handed down here. John Cook goes, he won't be pleased with that. Well, I've had that experience myself, but the end of a game, going into bat, with no sort of runs needed, and doing exactly that. I can remember the occasion. It was the skipper took the catch, one-handed, showing the team how it's done. Cuthbert Berringer, so third wicket goes down. .174 for 3 in the 29th over. And a name I've not read out very much today, Brian Skinner, goes in with 2 runs required. Product of Brecon High School. Regular with the Wales over 60s, now playing for the over 70s, and left-hander. 2 to win. And it's getting a little bit drafty down here. So Sunil Fernando takes a wicket. The 2 Sunils have taken wickets. End of the over, 29 gone, 2 required, and let's assume that Gwyn Price will do the deed very swiftly now. And Gwyn Price walks the run. So will the honour go to Brian Skinner of hitting the winning runs? A bus goes past with lots of passengers on top, and I'm sure they're craning their necks, wondering what's going on. Must be some sort of important game. They're wearing coloured clothing. So the field right in. And there we are. Brian Skinner has the honour of hitting the winning run called through by Gwyn Price. And there we are. No drama as there was last night. The outcome to this game seemed assured from a long way out, so no big drama. Handshaking out in the middle. Gwyn Price leading the way with that 105 not out. He'll be really pleased with that, of course. Shaking hands on his way off the field. And he was supported by Alistair Lawson, his opening partner, with 19. And then Ryland Wallace made 34, surprisingly out in sight of the finish line. Six different bowlers used by Sri Lanka, and 2 successful individuals. Sunil De Silva with 2 wickets, Sunil Fernando with 1. A win by 7 wickets, which means that Wales finish on 5 points, and Sri Lanka just that 1 solitary win, just 2 points. So Canada are now 108 for 5, chasing 373 to beat England. And India are 82 for 8, with little chance of overtaking Australia's 315. So I think we can very confidently say that Australia will be facing England in the final of the inaugural Over 70s World Cup cricket tournament here in England. And let me once again encourage you, if you possibly can, to join us at 11 o'clock in the morning, English time, British time, UK time, British summer time, on Sunday, this coming Sunday, the 11th of August. Start time earlier than all the other games. It's going to be an absolute cracker. The weather forecast is set fair, it seems. I don't know if it'll be as sunny as it's been today here in High Wycombe. We have a band providing entertainment. Representatives of all the teams who've taken part in the competition will be there. And it's going to be a bumper house at Wormsley, one of the most beautiful cricket grounds anywhere in the world. And we'll make sure you get a good view of that beauty. So I'm out at the wicket. Not showing all that many signs of wear, apart from the bowlers' run-ups and where the batsmen took their chance. It looked a jolly good wicket. Being low, just the odd one popping up, but basically a really good track. It's had the sun baking it for most of the day. So the pizza establishment is indeed open. I hope it's doing a roaring trade. That's an early finish in this game. It's 5 to 6 UK time. Friday evening traffic. Very busy outside, although I have to say the London Road here going past High Wycombe Cricket Club is always busy. And the two teams will be enjoying something to eat before they head off. Saturday tomorrow, of course, so perhaps some sightseeing for them. Some of the Welsh players we heard will be on their way home, but others are staying for the final. And I think everybody would agree this has been a wonderfully run, highly successful tournament, and we can expect that it will happen again in the not too distant future, perhaps with more teams taking part. Just a reminder that for the most part, all the players playing have found the money necessary to allow them to take part, even when it's come to travelling from as far away as Australia, Sri Lanka, Canada. Perhaps the competition will go to Australia next time. I don't know. Let us see. But it should be a cracking final. I think probably the two outstanding teams of the tournament. Australia have beaten England once in the tournament. Does that augur well for England? They certainly have some class batting. Duncan Elder, who got 150 today. They have Derek Toe, mighty effective left-hander. A range of different bowling types. It's going to be a cracking game. Well, I hope you're picking this up around the world. I've made my way to the front of the High Wycombe Cricket Club pavilion. You can hear the excited noise around, and with me is Robin Jones, the Welsh skipper. That's a nice way to sign off in the tournament, isn't it, Robin?
Yeah. I mean, we've beaten India, we've beaten Sri Lanka, both test-playing nations, country with, you know, we've quite capable of, you know, showing well over 70s tournament. England and Australia are very, we can beat all the others on our day, and today was a good day.
And we would have to say that that 100 from Gordon Price throughout. Will you describe it? I so enjoyed watching it.
Gwyn has been a mainstay of the 70s batting for 4 or 5 years. This is only his second century of this season. He hasn't quite done as well this season as he would like. When Gwyn fires, we do. And generally speaking, if Gwyn scores 100, which he does go now and again, we win. But no, he's a lovely fella, and the way he plays, he just absolutely loves it. He was very determined last night to go out on a high. He didn't have any cider at all, but he may have some tonight. No, all in all, it's been an absolutely fabulous day. The Sri Lankans batted well. We thought, you know, that they were going to score more than that, but 170 odd, we were very happy with that. And everybody had a few wickets, catches, apart from 1 or 2, were all taken. Lovely ground, lovely facilities, sun was shining. What more can you want if you like cricket?
So will this help get the message across to more seniors cricketers in Wales, do you think? Will that happen? Have you had much publicity for this? That's the thing.
Well, we haven't had as much as we might have, because I think the organisers, the England organisers, Chris Watkin and Chris Lowe, were only put into this position in middle of January to organise a World Cup in 5.5 months. So it could have been done better, and perhaps the next one will be done better. I'm not criticising them in the slightest, because they had a very, very hard job. But hopefully this first one will get some more interest, you know, all over the place, so that lots of people know about 70s cricket. So people who've played cricket in their 50s and 60s and have gone home to retire, come out again, come and play. And all you need to do is get in touch with us and anybody else who's involved in seniors cricket, England or Wales, and play.
I've heard this message now so many times in the last bit while I'll be doing the commentary, and they feel like words directed straight at me, who gave up playing cricket I don't know how many years ago. Far, far too early when you see somebody at the age of 83 bowling for Canada yesterday.
Yes. Well, when I first started, which was a long, long time ago, the oldest guys in the team would have been about 40 to 45. And at the end of each particular season, they say, oh, I've got to retire now, that's about the end of me. But then as people of my age group went up through the ranks and got to that sort of age, we all said, well, why did those people retire? There was no need. You're still just as good, still enjoying it. Keep on going. And we all have. Maybe a lot longer than we thought we would, but nevertheless, if you can do it, carry on doing it.
I love about players who've come back after decades even. John Durning, the New Zealand manager, didn't play for 30 years and came back.
I did hear that, yes. But actually, most of ours have played all the time since, they were 15, 16 playing club cricket. We've got one or two others who've had to retire very recently in the mid-70s due to various injuries, ailments, bad knees, mostly that sort of thing. But all of these people have played for 60 plus years and they still absolutely love it. And the camaraderie element is great as well, because we've played against our teammates, as it were, for various clubs over the years. And now when they're part of the same team, it's a very nice vibe. You've known them for a long, long time as combatants, and they're mates now. And it's been absolutely lovely.
I was saying to Dan Griffiths that I've not seen any better and more simple argument made for the benefits of seniors cricket than what you have on the Wales Seniors website. It is so beautifully there, all the benefits.
Yes, well, that's absolutely right. I can't really add any more to that. It's just been a beautiful day, beautiful advert for cricket. Never mind what the age is. Somebody scored 100. Sri Lanka scored 50 odd, wickets were taken, catches were taken. What else do you want? It doesn't matter how old we are, we all love playing.
So it looks like pretty well nailed on it. The final is going to be Australia, England. Canada got a mountain to climb now. You'll be there at Wormsley on Sunday?
We will. We'll all be there, yes. We just want to see a nice game of cricket and add our support to the competition.
Have you been to Wormsley before?
I have not, no.
Well, prepare yourself for the shock of just how amazing it is. People listening to this will be absolutely bored stiff of me saying it endlessly over the last few days, but it is such a wonderful place for the final.
Great. Well, I look forward to seeing you then, and we'll have a little chat then, perhaps.
Perhaps you will, Robin. Thank you very much indeed. Congratulations for today. See you then. Looking forward to that. Thank you.